Welcome everyone to the North Americans Strikers League Season 7, and now we're getting into Launchpad number 2. Just as every other Launchpad that has been and shall be, top four teams will be qualifying for liftoff, where they can find their place in whichever tier that they make it in. I am NVNYC, joined by someone you know very well, Gret, otherwise known as I, from the actual North American Strikers League, and we're going to get into some interesting matches today here. First match coming up here, Runic Dreamers against Match Made in Heaven. Greg, why don't you go ahead and tell me a little bit more about these players and how things are going to go?
Well, a Match Made in Heaven is a team I've never seen play before. It's three players I've seen from solo queue, pretty frequently, honestly. The Dooboom and Venic, especially, both very famous solo queue players, and that playtime could come in handy. But Runic Dreamers is again looking like a very strong team coming into this launchpad. Mexicasual, especially, actually, has been seeing a lot of his kind of lauding over the time recently because his Rasmus goalie is a strong pick, very notable recently. However, it has been taken away in this draft on this IME's app. And one thing worth noting again is IME's app with this draft, the Rasmus pickup is going to be something very important in this match. But one thing also worth considering is that the way the map has developed over time has moved a little bit away from Rasmus and a little more towards these exact picks, Juliet and Drakkar, with that Pummeler's pickup. Notably, Rasmus doesn't have them, but it is extra special, so we're going to be seeing a lot of random knockback kills, and they'll be determining pretty much every single point of it.
Yeah, I definitely agree with all of that. Rasmus kind of has all the power in his court, but yeah, like you said, a lot of the power kind of shifted onto Juliet, and Drakkar also just like makes such a good presence when it shows up. Wow, instantly scoring there. Pancake Gaming putting it in right past Mexicasual, but we'll be seeing probably... Well, we should be seeing quite a few kills on this map. I will imagine that the side here of Runic Dreamers will be doing a little bit more damage in general with their ults and then kind of knocking people off the map, while obviously Rasmus is trying to just kind of OHKO, not really worry about dealing all that damage and spending all those cooldowns. But we'll see what happens here, because Mexicasual is kind of playing Atlas as a chance to save people. And there he goes, Pancake Gaming taking the first blood for this point, grabbing the barrier as well, pushing onto the bottom side. Fennec not going to be able to move up just yet, but handing it once again over to Pancake Gaming, down to Dooboom, and they can't seem to maintain the score just yet.
Yeah, Runic Dreamers may have to focus on hitting level 2, as now Mexicasual and Hamster Quest, or Indian Kirby, have both done it. But Hamster Quest, with that extra core strike, will need to get it there. And now that they have this level 2, they have the extra special with their ultimates coming out, a very important development in this game, as they were kind of getting bullied without them. We'll have to see if that changes anything, but right now it really, really looks like Made in Heaven is in control of this game.
Absolutely. Spends the ult to actually give a little bit of control to Pancake and scores it right past. Mexicasual can't seem to get there quick enough. Having Strike Shot, which is really great on Atlas for multiple reasons, but not a lot of run speed there. So we're going to get it on through here. Pancake Gaming hitting level 3. Has Flip. Venic has Flip. In fact, the entire team has Flip as well. But we're going to be seeing a kill too. Runic Gamer is going to have to try to 2v3 this situation. A Flip from Dooboom actually does go wide from their own barrier, giving them all the power in the world. Flip down, flip in, right to Pancake Gaming off the center there. I really like that one from Venic. It's going to be a really clean first set there from...
Made in Heaven. Yeah.
Very,
very comfortable as a team right now, I will say. We're kind of seeing the dynamic right now of Slick Kicks versus Pummelers play out right now, because if Runic Dreamers does get that kill with that Pummeler's movement speed, they can snowball extremely hard, but they're not actually finding it in the first place. They're getting completely outpaced in this downtime. They're not having that kill because, again, one thing that they really want in this game is that adrenaline rush with the Juliet, with the Drakkar, but Rasmus just took it away, and he gets plenty of value on his own from it too, so this is going to be a massive threat later in the game, especially considering the peak performance on Luna may make it harder to find those kills in the first place if you're not getting them from just knockback alone.
Yeah, I do think in general, Heaven is playing quite well around things like Juliet Dash Punch for quick OHKOs there. Once again, I think they might end up having to go for damage, having Drakkar on the team who can kind of OHKO, but there seems to be like some sort of damage that you kind of can't avoid when characters like Drakkar and Juliet are both targeting you, but not going to happen just yet, especially with this Adrenaline Rush also showing up for Rasmus. Going to be looking for even more kills. Ian Kirby looking really weak right now. Going to go ahead and invade that Crater Maker there, and going to just simply ult right on back, reset that strike cooldown from Mexicasual. Pancake Gaming kind of the MVP so far and grabs the next point in the next set. These guys are looking good right now.
Absolutely. Pancake Gaming is making more than the most of his chances. Every time he gets the ball, he's turning it into a kill threat with his hook, he's turning it into a barrier or even a goal. And at the very worst, he's spending Atlas's cooldowns, which is absolutely a winning interaction when you're trying to score on a character like that. And with the threat of the Luna dash just kind of always lingering, both for knockback kills and also just for covering that outward space, it's a very hard game for Mixed Casual. However, a dash punch into a nuke to save his own life, very well played from Duboom, kind of taking that Pummeler's movement speed out of the play. However, Hamster Quest still finds the barrier into possession, forces out Venix's ability. Very well played.
Yeah, that Crater was actually so clutch, because the Pummelers was about to be mega active there for Juliet, but negating that one is going to be no problem for Heaven here. Pancake Gaming has control of the ball there. A nice shot, and lock and load is going to keep the possession. Mexican Casual does not really win out on that one, but a flip on up to Hammy is going to keep possession for just a moment. Has a little bit of pressure here if Yin Kirby can get to position, but we do have a win there from Pancake Gaming. Also not dying. Fennec, I love that flip. Yin Kirby was certainly in position to make a dash punch play, and they're going to keep this point alive here as overtime seems to roll forward. Pancake Gaming kind of interrupting Yin Kirby with the ult, and the Crater actually gets it right around. Ball was red. It's fast. What are you going to do?
Good hook from Pancake Gaming, by the way, seeing Yin Kirby want to dribble on him when his strike was on cooldown, instead spending the hook on Yin Kirby to get that hit stun and to regain that possession. Very well played, punishing Yin Kirby for an otherwise pretty dangerous play. If he got away with it, that was probably the goal, too.
Facts. I also love the evade there from Venkick, preparing for the worst. Now in the hands of Hamster Quest, is going to try to give it right over to Yin Kirby. Next to Casual is going to move up to give them the best shot, and they absolutely do. A lot of pressure just from standing in your face. Doboom is not going to be able to hold that one, and it's going to be a point on the board here for Runic.
Yeah, and the pattern recognition will tell you that's the first time Pummelers is procced, so if they can find more of that this game, they can make those points happen more. Again, there it is. They're in less of a good spot to make it work, however, they can probably at least take the barrier given the right possession, forcing Venix to dribble backwards into his own net. However, a drop pass will get the ball right to Pancake Gaming. That could be a barrier it is with the strike shot on cooldown, and Luna Dash coming in will score that last goal immediately with the rocket to cover, getting right through Atlas Primary and scoring the third point in the set for Have a Nice Day. For Heaven.
Love that teamwork here from Heaven. We got Doboom as the MVP gonna grab that first barrier. Sorry, not the first barrier, but the first pick here, the first awakening. What is it gonna be? We have a couple of big choices here. We can get a little bit of extra speed. We could hold off on trying to deny, maybe give your teammates some of that size. We'll see if they end up doing that. Taking specialized training makes complete sense. Crater Maker is pretty unstoppable. You're gonna have to evade that probably every single time. Picking up some solid things here. Heavy impact for Juliet, always quite good. More speed for Era is obvious. I mean, even with this Monumentalist, Venek is always keeping the ball right in front of that Storm and making things just so awkward for Runic. And it's just such a good play. Like, that's what you're trying to do, is give possession to that Era right when the Storm is active.
Yeah, I don't think I would complain about this draft if I were anyone in the lobby. Random kill from Juliet Special there. But really something to highlight is that specialized training on Luna, who already has the extra special. The kill threat, it's already been finding a lot of value, the Crater Maker, but it's going to find even more with that specialized training pickup, and it's going to show a lot of value with these nukes. However, they will have to be properly placed, and in that case it was placed well enough to get them possession, but maybe in the future it can find a kill.
Yeah, I love the play there from Venek, actually just keeping that ball alive. A lot of good positioning there. Tries to get a kill onto Pancake Gaming. They do a good amount of damage, but they end up losing the barrier in place of that. Mexican Casual now trying to defend here. Almost gets ulted, but actually ends up hitting the ball instead. Venek now setting up the Storm once again. The Crater Maker in addition to it, but we have a 3-man goalie here. Going to be really tough to get it on through. Doboom covering the other side of the board as well. Pancake Gaming still looking kind of low here. They're snaking it out, man. They're sniffing it out. They're trying to get a kill, but they don't seem to manage it. Nice flip there from Mexican Casual. Great reaction. Is going to avoid losing the ball to the stun. Interesting dribble there from Doboom, and the kill finally happens. Pancake is out. The Pummelers are active. Tough spot, and in it goes with that flip right in the face there.
Yeah, barely stealing Venix dribble away with that flip, and as soon as he got it off, the point was pretty much over, because Era doesn't have any options without a NATO already set up to prepare against it effectively. Really, as soon as they got that kill confirmed onto Pancake Gaming, the point was in a dangerous spot because of the flip that Juliet had, and they're finding a lot better of a pace right now, especially what I'd like to point out with that explosive entrance for Carr. The kill power on the shotgun, 15%, as well as the dash range, who already has the aerials. It's a powerful ability. He's been speccing completely into it, and we're kind of seeing the fruits of that show up in the set.
Yeah, I agree, especially when the edge of the screen, being that center, is so much closer than it feels. 15% does end up being a lot more extra knockback. Now, Boom approaching here with that flip, gets a really nice close one, but it's going to be the Expanse that saves the game here, saves the barrier, and they do end up finding another kill on Pancake. They're finding the damage now, which is kind of a big deal for Runic. That's what I thought might happen in the beginning, but a nice whammy is going to get that barrier stolen. It's going to be just enough time to stall, and we got Pancake Gaming right on back here. Even game, no barriers left. Pancake moving up, has the ult. Really great stall from Mexa Casual, but oh, it gets sniped. And that's going to be another point here from Heaven, evening it up.
Yeah, Mexa Casual not ready for that Demolitionist size on the Rasmus, otherwise he would have sidestepped the primary. He walked so far back into his net, though, that it had the kill range. And really, Pancake Gaming, despite the fact that the game is kind of moving away from his favor, despite the fact that he's a damage target, he's still making the best of what he can get in every single situation. However, these knockback kills are an omnipresent, lingering threat for Runic Dreamers here. Taking the barrier, finding the flip, and getting Venek's own. This is a dangerous spot for Made in Heaven.
Yep, saving the ball here. Venek in position. They get the ball passed once again, but a nice strike shot is going to almost keep it alive. Pancake Gaming the size we were just mentioning here from Demolitionist. Also, I love that from Doboom, is just keeping the goalie as safe as possible. Just strikes it right on in. Everyone's out of movement, perhaps, and it's going to be another point from Heaven, looking at the end of the game here for the match point.
Erasmus primary to take the barrier, and Erasmus primary to take possession for his own goal. Two primaries into two of the most important plays in the point back-to-back. However, again, a knockback kill was found onto him. It feels like every time Runic Dreamers finds one, it is directly on to Pancake Gaming. He is the kind of knife's edge on this team. He's the blade, the two-edged blade, the two-sided blade. Because every time Runic Dreamers finds a breakaway, it's because of his positioning, but that positioning is the same exact thing, finding so many random points, but a Molten Bolt shot onto Venek. The hit stun as he tries to walk with the core is exactly enough to put the ball in the net.
I get scored there. I'll say it. I get scored there. I do exactly that and get smashed in the face by that Molten Bolt. Nice play there from Hamster Quest. Knowing exactly what was going on, or knowing exactly what was going on, sends out the Storm there, almost manages to grab the barrier, and they do actually with just a pixel to save. Now in the hands of Mexa Casual, gonna grab it over to Hamster Quest, get the possession on over to Dubu once again though. Dubu, not Dubu. A big red ball here in the hands of Pancake Gaming, who almost was able to hold it with that Whiplash. A lot of projectiles coming out, and I love the weight from Venek. Hamster Quest has a flip there, going to end up spending it and getting stuffed immediately from Doboom. This is a lot of pressure onto Mexa Casual. They finally relieve some of it until we get the hook, the Death's Touch once again. It's just so much pressure, has the whammy, really great shot. Doboom ending the game. Wow. Heaven just felt like they were in control basically the whole time. We did see some kills from Runic. I thought they were about to pick up some momentum, but it just didn't get there.
That's the thing. By the time set 2 hit, and especially by the time set 3 hit, Runic Dreamers were finding enough kills to win the game off of. They were getting those important knockback kills with the pummelers and the possession at the time to make it work, really, especially into a composition like Era and Luna. But I think they played the power plays incorrectly. I think the way they ran offense, after having found that breakaway, was a little unstable, and that instability was found immediately by the backline of Made in Heaven, Duboom, and Venek, who every single time they had a chance to take away the ball, they did so successfully. And as soon as they did, the point was stalled out to the point where Pancake Gaming could come back. And that's the thing about a composition like that, is that if you don't make the most of your power plays with that double pummeler speed, you're going right back to being outpaced as soon as that respawn comes through.
Agreed. I mean, we could even see it here in the stats. Not that many kills coming here from the Rasmus team. Pancake Gaming was really focused on just a lot of good positioning, making sure that those barriers are taken, not really like spending a lot of time being like, yo, let's see if I can get a hook. It'd be really cool if I get a hook here. You know, not just wasting time. We were really just going forward and using the hook mostly to like reset that strike cooldown or pull Mexa Casual out of the way, or even, you know, a little earlier we saw the interruption onto Yin Kirby with that dribble. So I really like the gameplay there from Rasmus, kind of taking a more ball stance instead of just existing as Death's Touch onto Amy Zap, which, I mean, in itself is a whole lot of pressure from the enemy team. I mean, you're thinking, man, I can't really walk near that circle. I can't, like, Mexicasual wants to move up and do some stuff, but if he's a little too close to the circle, you might get sniped. So just existing kind of makes the opposing team think, like, okay, I have to be over here. And I mean, Juliet and Jakar kind of do the same thing where, like, nobody is trying to get near the wall, nobody's trying to get near that circle. So just that pressure existing with Heaven's team, I think they played it quite well, and we're moving on to the next game here.
Yeah, I mean, in that game, I could be convinced if they would pick that Rasmus regardless of the map, though. It did look very nice. The next game, though, looks like SCP, the scriptwriters versus Spud Kateers. We've seen this match, actually. It has played out, this exact matchup, last week in last Launchpad in winner's bracket early in the match. The seeding has made them meet up again. The scriptwriters and Spud Kateers, it was a one-sided match last time, heavily in favor of the scriptwriters, with that one thing to look out for especially was the Amy pickup on Eternal. Eternal and the Amy was looking very strong in that match, from what I remember, and it looked like they were controlling space very well with it, too.
Nice. Good to hear. I love to see these kinds of rematches and like what they might end up changing. I'll rely on you to be like, "Oh, that's the thing that didn't happen last time that they needed." So maybe Spudketeers will be, thinking about another strategy here or there. And I'm ready to see this. I mean, we know all of these players so easily, right? Even on Spudketeers, Pate, Mudflat, David, like they're all we're just such a compact community, bro. Everyone knows everyone. It's just so sick to see like this kind of. It just seems like everyone's like switched teams a little bit. Like people are all over the place and they're just trying to find that synergy that really just changes the game. And I just love seeing all the people that I know from like solo queue. Just everyone's in the bracket. They're all just here, and it's so sick.
Yeah, and I will say, it feels like both of these teams that are playing right now are players that have found a lot of synergy with each other. Both teams look very, very coordinated and intentional when they're playing on these rosters. Mudflap is a very comfortable brawler to have on Spud Kateers. Sovereign, the same way around, too. Both brawlers, really, are very enabled by their team, but put in situations where they can really shine, and as a result, they really look like very, very powerful players when they're playing in this kind of coordinated environment with these players that they have had so much time to play with and so much synergy that they've developed. And one thing I'm interested to see is again the adaptations coming in from last week, and soon we're going to, as we're going to go for a break now.
See you guys in just a few minutes here. Keep it up. NASL Season 7, Launchpad 2 will be back in just a few minutes. Welcome back, everybody, to Launchpad number 2 of NASL Season 7. God, it's so crazy that we're in NASL Season 7, but we're keeping on. We're keeping on, and we're going to enter our next match here, which is going to be pretty interesting. We got kind of a rematch from the last one. Script Writers against Spudketeers. Gret, you saw exactly what was going on. Tell me what's going to happen. What happened before? What can we expect to see in this new one?
Well, this game is already a lot different just by virtue of the draft. Last week they played, it was a Taiko game, and this time around it's Oni Village. And we're going to see already one of the most closed maps in the game versus iconically one of the most open. Oni Village with the Kai and Estelle midfield matchup, the Rasmus and Juliet brawler matchup, and two melee goalies. It is a very, very common draft to see on this map, as both players kind of just gentleman their pick out. But one thing worth considering is that Spudketeer's philosophy for the draft here is that Megaverse usually likes to get that Atlas character. He's been locking it in almost every single game last week. So what it looks like this time is that Spudketeer's banned... Oh, no, Scriptwriters banned the Dubu. And then Spudketeer's locked in the Atlas to deny Megaverse's pool to kind of pinch it. And as a result, Megaverse is on the Asher now. So we'll have to see how that plays out. We'll have to see if it's a comfortable character for him. And if it is, then it might be a little hard to crack for a character like Rasmus.
True. I do think, man, do I value Rasmus as a brawler ever so slightly over Juliet. On Oni Village here, Rasmus just feels like has so much more control. Death's Touch gets everywhere. I mean, just simply having more range, a little bit more speed, it feels really valuable. But who knows? Maybe this Knife's Edge might actually tip the scales enough to make things more normal. Of course, Mudflap has Rasmus here also has Knife's Edge. We are backing up into the goal. Things are awkward. Who's not connected?
Looks like there is an issue right now.
David, perhaps.
Yeah. They're striking him, that's how you know. Well, what it looks like, honestly, I think, in the rest of this game is that this Estelle pick is going to find quite a bit of value, as it is a missile propulsion start. That character loves that awakening, especially on a map as open as Oni Village. And when Atlas is spending his cooldowns to make sure that the ball can't get to Juliet, that's exactly what makes, again, a no cooldown goalie is food for Estelle. So if Eternal finds those openings while playing around Potat's abilities, it can actually open him up pretty hard, especially with, again, this ranged coverage. They might have that possession for long enough to guarantee those situations.
That's definitely possible. I will mention that having Strike Shot and Missile Prop on the Atlas gives you get ranges that you normally cannot play at, and hopefully the opposing team is aware of such things. Potate might be able, with these two Awakenings here, to avoid situations where Estelle finds kind of like really tight spots when kind of squishing the ball into one of these corners here. Hopefully the range ends up mattering. Of course, David as well has this missile prop, which is going to make... I mean, we're going to see bullets flying all over the place. A lot of extra damage here coming out from the Giga Blast as well. Could possibly find a kill while people... maybe mostly while Sovereign is maybe trying to ride the edge in the Knife's Edge. But we're going to finally start out here. They're going to smash that top barrier instantly. Sovereign just close enough to get the ball, but not going to grab the barrier here. Oh, nice strike there from Eternal, and a nice combo there from Sovereign is going to get the punch on through to that final barrier, making things really hard. Boy, this map is so much harder when you don't have any barriers, and that's just the pressure of standing in front of the opponent. You hit that evade, you can't walk while you evade, so you have to kind of, you know, judge where things are happening. But nice pressure there from SCP is going to grab the first point.
Yeah, and now we'll see a bit of a slower game come through, as we did start that last point in overtime. Almost immediately both barriers were taken for Spudketeers instead. However, good dash and good coverage from Eternal and Megaverse at the same time, both making sure that second barrier doesn't fall. And again, that's really the name of the game right now, is making sure that you don't lose that second barrier, because it's a lot harder to play on an open map like Oni Village with those speed gates, with that easy coverage and passes can go anywhere, if that second barrier has fallen, especially if the point goes on long enough for overtime to hit, and we probably will be seeing that with 2 melee goalies on the board right now. As Mudflap does find a good possession here, and does not take that second barrier, we'll see open map on both teams.
Really close claw there with that Giga Blast. Almost got it in there right in the front here. Mudflap can't seem to make it past Megaverse, who does have a little bit of extra size due to that Powerhouse Pauldron, but helping with the barrage, gets it on in there, and ends up saving Mudflap a flip, probably if they didn't score in literally that second we were going to see a flip. This ball was quite close to the goal. You know, I mentioned that Juliet may or may not have a tough time, you know, getting the ball as being kind of slow, not a lot of movement, but it really is, it kind of puts more pressure on Eternal to just make sure that they can get the ball through the midfield. Honestly, Eternal is, for the most part, doing that. I've seen a lot of situations where Sovereign is like right in front, getting that dash punch. Oh, there's the Atlas projection we were talking about. Nice score, dude. Mudflap. Bro, that projection went across the board.
Yeah, actually, the strike shot and the projection with Potat there did so much coverage and just took the barrier completely solo. Megaverse wasn't ready for the range that would go, and he'll have to be soon as this game progresses, because that's not an uncommon situation you can find yourself in with this Atlas primary here. And again, the Kai midfield is only going to get stronger as the game progresses, as he finds these movements. But a crazy missile propulsion to take both barriers from Eternal there. Suddenly the point is kind of swung in momentum.
Yeah, that Crystal Thorn was actually the best angle of all time. Flipping right in front, notices that the Asher ult is just good enough. Path Splitter is certainly going to make that. Whoa, interesting dribble there from Sovereign. I love the way can't find the angle. Hit up to Megaverse, who ends up collecting the ball there. Right down to David through Eternal and Sovereign. Mudflap tries to find an angle as well past Megaverse, who might not have had any cooldowns. Tough situation here, though. A pull from Mudflap. The Death's Touch truly is sticking to its name, causing the death of this first set into the hands of Spudketeers.
Crucial hook, but really punishing Sovereign for the hero play, the dash reset dribble into the wall, into a flip that could find it, baiting out the Atlas cooldowns, but he didn't quite find the open net there. And as a result, the momentum and the cooldowns, especially the resources for the scriptwriters, were completely out of whack there. And Spudketeers punishing it effectively. One thing especially to note here is Kai does get some movement speed, Rasmus does get some size, but Eternal doesn't really mind because he does get that Hotshot Awakening, very, very important on this map and this character. He's getting a lot of value from it. However, I think Spudketeers got too much raw value from their Awakenings to be too disappointed about that draft.
Agreed. I feel like they are quite happy here. Rasmus doesn't care about really all that much other than some nice size, maybe a little bit of speed, like a Dash Awakening or two. And that's exactly what they got here. Collecting that first barrier, focusing on the bottom side here. The Path Splitter once again is going to negate all the pressure there. Eternal looking a little bit low. Kills do not seem to happen on Lily Village all that often, but are not impossible. Nice angle here is going to end up taking both barriers as Potate moves up just a little bit too far. Yep, Pendulum Swing is going to take that one as well. Eternal can't seem to find it. Whoa, Giga! Giga play.
That's the Giga Goat right there. Really threatening, because if Eternal walked up early, he would die to the Giga Blast, but if he walked back like that, the angle was really up to fate to decide. So as a result, we found exactly what happened as Eternal tried to walk back and cover where it sent. They'd found a way to send it, not only to get it past Eternal, but find the goal there. Going to the next point, though, Eternal has the resources, as a result, to find some possession here. However, Spudketeers are getting an appropriate punish on it. Sovereign, with a good collapse to take out second barrier, the point is looking in their favor, with the Crystal Thorns coming in to support the missile propulsion. It's far too much coverage for Potat to deal with the cooldowns.
Yeah, Eternal just sniffed that one out. Even the weight would have been tough to hold there because the ball just moving a little bit too fast. Missile propulsion really working out. The hot shot too, we could see that the ball was going so fast, even from Rose Warp, which gives them extra cooldown as well. And like you said, just such a good awakening to have on this map. Nice sending out the projectiles, grabbing the barrier again. Sovereign has a chance to get at least one. Does end up grabbing it here. Death's Touch. Gosh, honestly, I mean, he's got no evade. He couldn't do anything. It's it. A nice hook there.
Spudketeers looked completely in their element at that point. An outwards pass into Potat's global coverage again. And then a hook from Mudflap, David getting through. They're really all three looking like they're playing at the top of their game right now. And again, they're already about to take it to a set 3 in their favor if they can find this last barrier, if they can find this last point. And they have almost all 3 flips to work with to do so. As long as they play this point slowly, Potat gets his own flip forced out, though, by the threat of Sovereign on the offense there. But his primary is too strong.
Yeah, tough situation here. Mudflap flipping a little bit farther from the barrier. Potate, okay, keeping their thing alive. Death Touch again to make sure that Eternal can't get their hands on the ball. Surviving that situation just by a hair. David tries to get it through with that barrage, but it's not going to work out just yet. Sovereign now approaching here with that Knife's Edge, moving really fast. Has a flip as well, but they're keeping it out of their hands here. We got Spudketeers. Okay, ends up relinquishing some of that possession. Now, okay, bottom zone cleared, but they're going to send it out to the top. Giga Blast comes in into the hands of Mudflap. Oh my god, such a good angle here to get around this huge Asher. Now, Sovereign has a chance to make it work, but the projectile range is working out so much for Potate. And now, this could be anyone's game here. Wait on the Expands 2. Can it happen here? Can SCP make their way through, or are we going to have a third set?
The dash punch forced out from Sovereign, though. They're on a timer now. Not too much of a threat to be scored on for quite a little while. Oh, with the primary from Potat covering the Crystal Thorns. Very well played. The hook is dangerous here. David has his barrage. That's exactly enough to score, though. Mudflap, again, demonstrating some mastery on the brawler roll. A certain brawler Dropletto would be proud of the way he's playing right now. Every time he gets the ball, he doesn't force an important play to happen instantly. Instead, he puts it in the hands of his team if he needs to. If he's covered, he puts it in his midfielder's hands. And then David finds that strike into barrage. We're seeing it work out so effectively right now.
Yeah, really beautiful gameplay here from Mudflap. Totally locked in, and David is just where they need to be exactly when. Getting aerials, too, which is just, man, that's exactly what you're looking for on Kai here. The speed, the extra projectile range as well. We're going to see SCP hold for a little bit to give Juliet at least something, a little bit of power to try to maybe make a kill or two. Monumentalist falls onto Potate. Cannot be unhappy about that. Is quite good. Eternal gets a little bit farther of a Rose Warp here with Super Surge, and everything else a bit average here. Mudflap, I guess, will survive a little bit longer with that bulk up as they're working onto this bottom barrier here. Asher almost doing Asher things, but they get it on through almost the angle of a lifetime with that pendulum swing. And now Sovereign almost getting that bottom barrier, but we do have the projectile range on Potate. It's going to be coming into effect a whole lot. Has a chance to dribble to themselves, but end up going a little bit too close to the wall. I'm going to throw the ball down onto the bottom side here. We have Megaverse blocking the top side. Sovereign's looking a little bit weak. Sends out the Death's Touch, which has been used so well this game. And Megaverse can't find the ball with that. Oh, jeez. Breakthrough. That's the move. Gets the second barrier, though, and Spud is looking really good to take this next point already.
Secret technology from Sovereign, eject button, bait out the primary, and then finding his own dash punch in exchange. One thing I'd like to point out in this draft, by the way, is David picking up that aerials. We're going to see a lot of value from it. He has his flip in open space, by the way. He can make this play happen, forcing the backline to fall back, and he still finds the goal anyway with his own barrage to cover Eternal's strike outwards. Again, that's the threat. With the aerials and the flip, he can cover so much space, and as soon as he gets the ball with that flip, he's threatening a goal. There was, honestly, the fact that it was a reverse power play didn't matter too much because David had those resources and had that build and had the right positioning to make it work.
Yeah, I mean, the projectile range that David has, in addition to the speed that they get here, is actually just letting them control the board so well, man. Spends out that barrage, can't seem to make it work. Eternal does reinforce it with the piercing shot as well, granting them a point here, which they are quite far behind. They're going to have to pick up some momentum. Hey, Sovereign's got 5 stacks of Orb Dancer. Maybe that's just what they need. Perhaps they're going to have to use these flips a little bit more effectively. Wins out on a situation there. It's going to grab a barrier instantly. Tate can't find the projectile there. The astral projection is not going to work out. Both barriers down here. Okay, SCP kind of could make something happen. Megaverse not panicking with that flip nicely. Send it on over once again. Almost again the greatest... almost the greatest angle of all time, but not going to find it yet as Eternal is going to try to fight through. Mudflap here does end up winning. Again, here comes the speed of David, which is going to play a lot of protection from Potate. Oh boy, this is tough. Yeah, Sovereign flipping as close to physically possible to that goal. Honestly, I kind of wish that Potate didn't spend the flip there because your odds of success incredibly low.
Yeah, and good awareness from Sovereign, knowing how much energy he had, knowing he was in a situation where he was building it a lot of the time, and able to cap that play off with a flip when he started it without one. But really threatening offense from Estelle and Juliet there. The Juliet ultimate covering so much space that Estelle wasn't there. And again, this is the open net. This is suddenly a momentum shift in the favor of the scriptwriters. It's only one more point to set it into a set 4.
True. I really like the play here, Megaverse, sending the ball kind of into Narnia, which is an Estelle's specialty, honestly. She's one of the only characters that can really get to the ball as quickly as Estelle in that spot. So I like the fact that they're sending it there. Eternal's gonna have to back up a little bit, gets Pendulum swung into space, into the barrier. Doesn't have enough time to get the ball in there, but Spud is looking quite good. Incoming Path Splitter is going to block the top side. Potate might have to move down to the bottom side. A flip from Mudflap, stuffed instantly from Sovereign. Now David is on the top side with the Giga Blast. Can't seem to maintain a combo with the Pendulum Swing. Sovereign, lots of speed right now, and expands with the Monumentalist. Almost does it, but Eternal is going to bring this one to a set 4. Actually, huge for SCP to keep themselves in the game.
Eternal has found so many breakaways and converted them into double barriers, converted them into goals. Very, very effective plays from him so far this game, especially in that set, really showing up and making sure that they had that open net to work with pretty much every single round. The one thing to look at for Juliet here is the Spark of Agility, denying out from Kai and also picking up a second one for the rest of this game. Kai does get that peak performance as a result, which is a little scary as he's stacking up this movement speed, especially with the Rasmus getting another size. It's looking like a repeat of Draft 1 as, again, Crypt Raiders are getting some good awakenings on their own, some good supportive awakenings, but again, Mudflap is getting size and David is getting base movement speed, and they're going to have so much to work with as just a floor, a baseline. There's no, like, I have a dash range, so I'm stronger when I have this ability. They'll just always have that uptime, always have that value going on. So the longer these points go on, and the more drawn out they can make this game with a good save from Potat, the more value I think they'll be having this game.
Yeah, the endless battle between David just having a whole lot of speed and Estelle now having a secondary here to cover at least some of the board. We'll see how effectively they can use it, because in theory, one of them has more of a cooldown than the other. But I like Megaverse moving up here, though, going to the bottom side. We're going to reinforce that one with the Crystal Thorns, not fading out to the barrage yet either. Going to keep that barrier up as well. Can't seem to get it through. Okay, a little bit of a flub there here from Megaverse is going to end up losing them the barrier. Spud is putting on a whole lot of pressure here. Sovereign has their chance. Can't seem to get it. Potate, nice read there. The Giga Blast isn't going to make it happen, but now we got a Death's Touch who's going to give the ball to David, squished onto the top side. No kill from Sovereign. Not enough power here. Mudflap just gets it. Oh, actually, David is going to get a reward for that one. Was that Sovereign's kick also hitting him?
No, that was just David shooting it raw up to the top angle there, because it really didn't look like it was open, because Sovereign's Flame Flurry really looked like it was covering it. Megaverse thought the same, so he wasn't positioned to cover that top shot. But David saw it, and he made that shot. Very well played from him. But the reward for this is that they have almost all 3 flips. Those Crypt Raiders do the same. They're able to spend theirs on an open net, but Potat is in a bad spot for his own. Gets his own flip forced out too, but David has his flip to work with. He spends it to try to cover Megaverse's angle, and now Sovereign is walking upwards, but all it takes is a Rose Warp to send it right past Potat.
Yeah, really good work there from Eternal, just keeping so much pressure on. You know, you can see Eternal trying to give the ball to Sovereign as much as they can to get that flip, but they kind of get it before even needing the flip from Sovereign, and now they have it for this point. Maybe they can get one barrier, and the flip will result in the second one there, as they do grab the first one on the top side. Mudflap wins out against Eternal there to at least clear the ball. Giga Blast is going to take the first barrier, which is, of course, cosmetic as they can be. Sovereign now has their chance to dribble, going to send it down, but Eternal was ready. You know, they're saying in comms, bro, I got the Rose Warp, I got the hot shot, just send it down, send it into space. I'm Estelle, bro, and that's exactly what's going on. It's really hard to cover those things. With Atlas in a combo, flip combo from Sovereign is going to take that point on over, blocked the barrage with their body. Sovereign and Eternal, man, they are synergizing. This feels good right now.
One thing really worth mentioning right now is Eternal's build is extremely annoying for Potat to deal with. The hot shot with the cooldown reduction, the missile prop for the coverage, and then the surge twin drive for, again, almost untrackable Estelle secondary, which is always not a good start, and also it has dash range, so she can go pretty much anywhere with it. It's very, very difficult for Potat to know when that open space is actually open. But really, if you can get those condensed offenses like that, even on an Afro goalie, it doesn't matter. As Mudflap gets to convert that speed, gets a strong 50-50, reads Megaverse covering that downwards, and is able to find a goal with that momentum there. And really, as long as you have the possession, as long as you have your offense going, you don't have to worry about Estelle's secondary cooldown.
True. It has really been a lot of back and forth right now, as we can see in the set 2-2. We do have a match point here for Spudketeers, though. Mudflap gets the ball on through with a lot of extra size, wins out the situation against Megaverse, is going to take the next barrier. David and Potate fighting for their lives here to keep these other barriers alive. Megaverse probably not going to overcommit too hard onto the top side. The Death starts to get Eternal out of the way. We're going to spend that secondary to get it through a flip. Absolutely from Megaverse. Not much more to do here into the hands of Sovereign, who can't seem to get a dribble there. A little too close to the wall. Eternal cannot win out there, and it's going to be David to score that one on the bottom side for Spudketeers taking it over. Oh my gosh, what a game.
Yeah, David closing it out with the Kai Classic. You can either take the direct shot or the pass, or you can go for the dribble off of the bumper, setting up the demon angle with your barrage to cover, and he chose that option, while Eternal read the other. It's Kai's kind of classic mix-up scenario on the wall, and David, again, looking very standout. He got all that movement speed to work with, and he used it effectively. The midfielders, I think, both very highlight players in this match, but again, I think Mudflap and Sovereign both had their incredible moments. I'd like to point out again, Mudflap played to set up his midfielder, so David's kind of accomplishments weren't just his own efforts, it was as a team they were playing to give him more presence to play into that movement speed that he already has.
I mean, damn, they certainly did it. David was active left and right, but projectiles to block any kind of wall, so Potate does not have to deal with as much pressure. It worked out so perfectly. You know, there was a moment there where Eternal was just on fire. Like, the secondaries were just hitting, the barriers were going down, and I was like, yo, SCP is about to bring this one. They're about to bring this back. Eternal's got so much control, and Sovereign's just getting into position, but yeah, like you said, the combination here from Mudflap and David was, like, really great synergy. They knew exactly what they were going for. I mean, yeah, it's tough, you know, when you're dealing with, like, Rasmus just, like, strike and a pendulum swing, his cooldowns are up, it's hard. But when you have Barrage right behind him and then Gigablast doing some Gigablast stuff, like, I'll say it's tough to, when you see the Gigablast come and you're not really thinking, like, yeah, I know exactly where the ball is going at every moment. Like, it gets kind of awkward. And also just hits you out of the way, too. So it worked out perfectly here for Spudketeers, getting the awakenings that they wanted as well. Which is actually so great. So who won? Was it SCP that won last time?
Yes, it was a 3-0 for SCP, actually. Scriptwriters found a very dominant 3-0 with that Amy pick, especially on the Taiko Temple. But this open map looked a lot more favored. It could be the open map where it could just be Spudketeers adaptations. But as a result, they were able to find that 3-1. Not exactly an exact revenge, but they did win the game still, very effective. And yeah, it was a good game. It was very fun to watch. But we'll be going into a break now.
Yes, we will be coming back once again in a few minutes here, though. Stay tuned. It's NASL Season 7, Launchpad number 2. We'll continue in just a little bit. Welcome back, guys. We are getting right on into it here in the Launchpad number 2 of NASL Season 7. Once again, next match coming up right now. You know them well here. It's going to be Lions Eat Bears against Slime and Mold. The Slime Mold Colony. Perhaps just Mold. Gret, what's going on with the Slime Mold Colony?
It's an interesting match right now, honestly. In this winner's side, the seeds are kind of starting to coalesce as we get the matches between these upper teams. And again, it's another Amy's App match on a stinger start. Very, very notable. Slime Mold Colony have many players who can play that rune. So the fact that they've picked it is no surprise. And wait, they haven't picked it, have they? They haven't. Oh my god.
No, no rune.
Okay. Picking instead the Zentaro on Amy's App, which is not a common brawler to see. He doesn't have that knockback kill power, but what he does have instead is kill confirm and damage, which is exactly what you want on a stinger start like this, especially with that center app to make that kill confirm even easier. So it's going to be less of a raw knockback game like you usually see on Amy's app, but instead it's going to be a stinger with that damage and the cooldown layering to make sure that they're always staggered and you can confirm those kills.
Yes, that looks like exactly what their plan will be. Triple Stinger showing up here for Team Mold. Also boots, momentum boots here for General Twee. Keep in mind, we will not be ejecting today, but Bertram shall be as the first barrier goes down. Kilius jumps forward, but General Twee is not going to take the bait here, though. An eject button right on back to protect. Defending that one with the Barrage 2. Trying to get it through Kilius here. Everlasting Taco just a little bit too weak to get into the fight. Natty making sure that they stay kind of out of the fight here, though. As we can see, Bertram moving up heavily. Kilius jumps on in there, almost defends that one Julek, but they do end up getting the barrier. Taco trying to eat some orbs, maintain control of the ball here, though. Spends a cooldown, but doesn't seem to get it past Bertram, although into the hands of Natty Fangirl. Can't get their hands on the ball. Kilius tries to make it happen. Oh, not a crazy... Not the read there that General 2 was looking for, and Natty's going to slice it on in there. Lions, do they eat bears? Find out.
Yeah, General 2 subbing in for Bertram for... No. This is the different team. And one thing notable, though, is the drafting philosophy of Slime Mold Colony right now is... Estelle, notably, is very good with aerials, right? But Julok instead is opting for a stinger pickup here instead of the dash range because they want that damage presence. And again, we're seeing Julok play for it there. He just blinked to the orb to take it from Bertram so he could find that damage kill. And again, it showed its power. They found the kill. They're in power play still. And all they need is one single open shot to close it out. However, Natty Fangirl, Holdout XDDD, is able to keep the play going with a good hook.
Yeah, that 2v3 end up Lions surviving that situation, making things a little bit more anxious for the side of Mold as they're going to spend that flip to get it on through, at least clear it up, but it's right in the hands of Red Team once again. The Slimes also holding the line. Julek trying to give the ball to Taco, who actually is healthy this one. Bertram can't get there in time. No boots, only ejects here, and perhaps a cooldown not up, and it's going to be Mold taking that next point here, even in this one up. And I mean, it really is going to be like you said, right? We see this triple stinger. We're going to go for these kill confirms for Taco and a lot of damage from Julek as well. That seems to be a pretty solid game plan. Again, though, the other team does have this Rasmus that we saw on the last game end up winning, but not really because of kills.
Yeah, and as soon as the ball gets in some condensed space, a random pendulum swing, finding a knockback kill, that could be what they need, especially... Well, no one has pummelers in this game, actually, so there's no power play advantage. It's just slick kicks versus magnetized souls. It's a 3v1 is what it is. However, Julok is able to spawn just in time. General Twee has that flip to work with. Walking up, however, he doesn't have the eject button to cover his own offense, and he gets punished accordingly with the outwards clear. He's too far away to cover anything with no dash.
Guys, I forgot he didn't have eject button for just a moment. I was just walking back, Luna hobbling her way over there. Can't seem to get in time, as expected. Alright, taking advantage here. Lions, they may actually eat bears. For how long? Nice Kilius defending that barrier. Natty trying to get it through with the pendulum swing, but not going to land that one just yet. Bertram keeping it on top. We got both players up there. The hook's not going to land any kills either. A 2v1 here from Julek is not super favored, but the swing on over to Taka will be, as they get that barrier as well. Bertram moving up as high as possible, as far as possible, and we're going to see that a lot with Bertram eject button. Aerial's going to get super involved. Natty Fangirl, though, looking a little bit weak right now. Now at nothing. This is exactly where Taco might shine with some of these kill confirms, unless Bertram ends this one with a flip.
lots of damage being put on Rasmus this game. It's exactly what the win condition is for Slime Mold Colony. They want to find that stinger. They want to get his health bar always low, so that anytime the ball gets to him, they can bat him away like a fly. And we're seeing it happen. He's staggered again. He's being knocked off the map almost as soon as it's convenient, really.
It gets the flip to try to clear the ball into the bottom lane. Kilius gets it through. Julak kind of had a read there, but couldn't get there in time. Kilius wins on out there with the extra jump on the aerials. So good for Juno, man. It just... Aerials is everything that Juno could want. Doesn't even have to look for another dash perk, starting with one. And they're going to also be the MVP here to grab whatever they want. Perhaps a little extra special action, maybe a 1-2 punch for Juno. Really good at using a lot of these awakenings. Even okay to deny things like size too. But yeah, definitely going to go for the 1-2 punch. Juno loves that strike with friends buff to get a lot of extra power there. It probably makes the ball, might make the ball red before overtime, even with 1-2 punch. But it did get nerfed a little bit, so perhaps not extra special though.
It is a 2-3 pick for Slime Mold Colony, so they got that extra special Luna, Explosive Entrance, and Taro back-to-back. You can't deny both, and instead they opted to deny neither, picking instead for that core speed on Juno. However, that means that this Stinger comp is going to be doing a lot more damage. One thing that is a bit of a saving grace, though, is that because of that, Natty Fangirl found the peak performance, but we see as a result the damage target has just changed to Juno instead. And while that's happening, they can start putting that damage on Natty Fangirl again. But really, we're seeing the power with that Explosive Entrance especially come through with that draft coming. And again, it's very powerful draft with the pickups here. And Julak is even posed to scale way harder later into the game with that Spark pickup.
Yeah, I'm not sure Mold missed an attack onto Kilius there. Landed basically everything that they could ever want, sending them out of the game, basically. Just about instantly. Almost gets a kill there with the piercing shot as well onto Natty Fangirl, but it's not going to work out just yet. Bertram moving up, tries to get the Giga Blast, can't seem to make that one work out. Send it onto some open space here, though. Tough situation here. Taco is right in front. Yeah, gets the barrier, which is enough pressure. Kilius going to block the top side. Not really control the blob right there. Flip kind of waits a little long. Everyone does get into position there. So it's not going to work out either. General Tweet moving up a little far. Love the ult from Julag, realizing that we have a really low Rasmus. They're going to take that next point in this set, trying to even this one up.
Yeah, and I can hear the Slime Mold Colony comms, like, don't worry guys, they have double aerials, they're going to win set 1, but just give us like 1 set, 2 sets, we'll get those awakenings. And it's happening, really. As soon as they get that scaling going, this composition with this start on the Stinger is a lot stronger, it looks like now. Because the slow kind of space coverage game is no longer being played, as they're instead just loading damage onto the forwards of Lions Eat Bears.
As they should. Triple Stinger, you guys have definitely committed to the kill bit here, and it's working out so far this set. Natty Fangirl has a chance to get it through here, spend some cooldowns, but actually gets smashed left and right, just about at no health. Twee holds onto their flip. Giga Blast gonna go a little bit wide there as far as the angle goes. Bertram looking a little bit low, gets the flip, gonna actually grab the barrier with that flip. Basically the best thing you could hope for. Clear that one and get the barrier. Julak against Kilius here, gonna get hooked as well, which is gonna kind of put him off kilter there. We gotta see a flip. We don't see a flip. General Twee actually remaining calm in a ridiculous situation. But now we're pendulum swung, and that's just about it with no no evade there.
Yeah, no kill confirmed found on Rasmus there. Very, very important, especially the fact that you have Stellans and Taro, 2 characters that are notably very good at it. So if you spend your cooldowns to get that initial damage burst, but you don't ever find the kill at the end, those kinds of plays can happen, those kinds of 1v3 plays. But instead, they completely send Kilius off the map in any which direction, finding a 3v1, killing Bertram too, and there's nothing Erasmus can do. That's the 3rd point in the set. We're going to a draft.
That was 15 seconds. They cleaned both players. That was quick. That was a lot of damage. This is the coordination that we're talking about here with Triple Stinger. It's just so much damage. And now we're going to start off this draft with Taco, our Zentaro damage-dealing killing man, which is going to turn into Adrenaline Rush, which is kind of a nightmare for the enemy team. As we can see, the kills are already happening, and Adrenaline Rush is just super omega pummelers, all the cooldown you could ever want. So a lot more deadly here for the side of Mold. Kai getting a nice awakening, though. Super Surge is some of the best you can get for the extra speed. Rasmus is not going to get too much at the end. Honestly, Missile Prop is pretty solid for this map, even in this situation, too. So I think the draft went pretty well. I would say that actually Twin Drive might be high value for General Twee with its momentum boots.
one thing worth considering is the fact that the goalie being so early in draft for Lions Eat Bears was a little unfortunate, because that was where 2 survivability awakenings were, Bulk Up and Stagger Swagger. That's exactly what they need to win the game, but because Bertram was so far up, he doesn't get as much value from it. They had to let it fall, but again, Zentaro got that adrenaline rush. Very, very important pickup. We could be seeing the value from it, but instead we're seeing hero saves from General Twee. No kills coming up, but he's lagging out!
What happened? Oh, he is lagging. Yeah, 100% lagging. The team is kind of holding the line. Twee sending things in random directions, but somehow we are holding it. Natty Fangirl is just about at nothing. If they could find a kill, that would make this lag a lot more manageable. I think Twee is completely back in now-ish for the most part. Like yeah, with that strike, I'm going to go ahead and definitely say we're back. Giga Blast not going to work out. Natty is surviving, though. Not going to find a kill confirmed just yet. Boy, what a mess of a point, and they finally do end up getting it here, though. No pummelers to be found, but we do have a lot of momentum, or not momentum boots. We got a lot of magnetized souls. The barrier goes down into the hands of Kilius Blob. Tries to reinforce it with the piercing shot, but the angle's not perfect, but Taco gets it in with the Eye Rush.
Having a great sequence of saves, even despite the lag, as well as his team backing it up because of the lag. Able to not get scored on despite that, and able to, as soon as they find the kill. As soon as they find that one single kill for Everlasting Taco there. The Adrenaline Rush procced, and they were having possession for pretty much the rest of the point, because that movement speed, the abilities, the fact that you're already in a power play, it all kind of coalesces to a very, very scary situation for Lions Eat Bears, but that's exactly what they need. A Natty Fangirl 1v9 on the Rasmus. That's the kind of point you pick Rasmus for. You want him to be able to make those sudden plays on the net and be able to score at pretty much any moment, that there's always that lingering threat, and that's what Natty Fangirl is demonstrating right now.
Yeah, I feel like General Twee is what I would say up to something, because I think we could have had a couple of flips there that might have saved the point, but maybe I am just a complete noob. But we'll see. Maybe General Twee can get this flip, get a kill, maybe end this set with it. Of course, you are going to get a lot of energy back by spending it at some point, but either way, we got a barrier down here for Lion. Nice piercing shot. It was going to be extra reinforced. Taco was getting right on in there. That flip, you know it was about to be used. Honestly, Bertram was dead if that point did not go in there. Dead. Keeps the flip, though. Both players end up keeping their flip as we move on to this next point onto the top side here. Gets the crater, but only a little bit of damage here onto Bertram. Up to Taco, but can't seem to get control. Okay, spends the flip there, which is kind of interesting. No one really felt like they were in position. Okay, Bertram trying to make a play here, trying to make a breakaway, but doesn't seem to maintain control. Bertram misreading the play here from Kilius as well, and they do get it on through. Bertram does, well, it doesn't matter. End of the set, keeps, no flip doesn't matter, and Taco cleaning this one up here. Drulak gets the credit.
It's so many times now we've seen the exact scoring pattern from Slime Mold Colony. Zentaro has the ball and he dashes, and then Estelle does primary. Every single time, where Estelle has the ball and she has primary, and Zentaro dashes. Every single time one of those abilities is used on the net, the other is used accordingly. It's very, very effective, and it's worked almost every single time. And again, the Knife's Edge pickup for Drulak, it used to be a lot stronger than it is now, but it's still not weak. This is the one map it really can work effectively on. But he's choosing that over the Spark of Focus, I think, which is a bit of a mistake. As a result, the draft is kind of dwindling off for the damage, but Primetime Zentaro is nothing to scoff at, and the Knife's Edge power from Drulak might really show its presence. However, Natty Fangirl finds a hook with the missile propulsion. That's an important awakening on this map. You can find some random hooks.
Yeah, I feel like that really hasn't happened all that much this game. Perhaps sort of, not really forgetting, but, you know, not being super aware since it hasn't happened all that much this game. The hooks are still very live. Nice. Crystal Thorns is going to get it right through Bertram, right when the strike was trying to happen there, up to the top side. Bertram and Kilius are going to try to drag this one out of the corner, but man, Drulak says, absolutely not, bro. Get shot. I'm shooting you. I'm shooting you right now. And they're going to take that point. Looking for the last set in this game.
He definitely is. It feels like every single time Drulak uses his primary, the ball is getting put in the net. It's like a 100% ratio or something.
Yeah.
Either that or it's being used for Stinger, which is about as effective as putting the ball in the net, as we're seeing Natty Fangirl get taken off almost instantly.
Yeah, just so much damage with this double Stinger. I mean, even if they didn't have double Stingers, Zentaro and Luna are so good at dealing damage. Can't seem to get it there with the boost. Bertram going to try to ride this one out to not till the end, but does put enough pressure to, okay, allow Natty Fangirl to make it happen in this kind of 1v3 situation. Nice one there, Bertram. Putting on that pressure. Love that.
It's weird, because holding your flip as goalie gives you a lot more autonomy in these situations, but it's only like that because you can spend it. And we're seeing a lot of situations where General Twee can interrupt them, but choosing to hold it to try to play it out on his own. And that's giving Natty Fangirl a lot of space to work with. It's giving him this time. However, Everlasting Taco finds a breakaway with his own flip, flipping it also for the evade on that barrage to make sure he doesn't die. And all he needs from there is a primary to kill, and if that didn't kill, it would stun enough for it to go in, especially with that passive to back it up. And even despite that, Slime Mold Colony are only 1 point away from winning the entire game.
Yeah, Taco had to make quick work there. Their health was just about at nothing. Nice combo attempt. It's not going to work out in this situation, although they get a ton of damage onto Killiest, who's been completely killed here. Oh my god, Rasmus is gone as well. Crazy 1v3. Bertram running as fast as possible, sends out the Giga. Okay, saves the barrier with that flip, and now we have complete coverage. Nice one, Drew. Like, ending that one quickly. The opposing team was about to be up, but that's it. It's going to be Mold Colony taking it over. Lions eat bears. Like, do lions even eat bears at this point?
Well, if they do, I'm sure Slime Mold Colony are not bears, as they looked a little impervious that game. After that set 1, which was a little shaky for them, it is to be expected. When you're picking triple Stinger and the enemy team picked 2 dash ranges, those dash range awakenings are a lot more valuable on the up front. However, we certainly saw the Stinger show its presence here, as every single hit became eventually a kill. As they kept abilities on that person who got hit, they kept that targeting going on, and eventually with Zentaro, or again Luna, as we see, Luna has double the kills with Zentaro, so she's finished off more. That kill confirm was very effective for them. And the Adrenaline Rush, again, the Adrenaline Rush with the power play, resetting the cooldowns, eventually Zentaro had prime time, so he's resetting even more. It showed a lot of value. The drafting was really something to be looked at for this game for Slime Mold Colony. They found a Stinger start and they turned it into exactly what they wanted.
That's true. I mean, I didn't even mention it, like second draft, but Taco just picked up Explosive Entrance, and I didn't even think about it. It must have been, maybe it was first pick and I just wasn't paying attention, but boom, that was it. I mean, that made the dash just as long range as the piercing shot, which allowed them to just squish onto Bertram when they had a situation when it was time to do both. And that happened, like you said, a bunch of different times. I mean, they both got 131 redirects. It's like everyone is really involved. The damage numbers were pretty crazy that game because of the Stinger. But yeah, really good win there from Mold Colony. It's going to be them moving on in the bracket here. But once again, as we finish our game, we are going to go to just a little bit of a break, perhaps getting another match set up, because we are certainly not done yet with Launchpad number 2. We will see you guys in just a few minutes. Don't go anywhere. The action hasn't even stopped. Yeah. Welcome back once again, everybody, to Launchpad number 2 of NASL Season 7, and we're just going to keep on going through this bracket. We're on the winner's side still, winner semis here, getting into our next match. Joe's Retirement Home versus Slime Mold Colony. You already saw Slime Mold Colony on the stream, and they did pull off kind of a little bit of an upset, perhaps, but maybe not. Either way, we're getting on in here to Taiko Temple, starting Awakenings here, Aerials, and extra special. Gret, what's good with this match?
Well, it looks like Slime Mold Colony might be going for the exact same game plan as they had last time because it worked so well. We'll see how it works out when it's not a Stinger start, because the Amy is a little more damage than Estelle, and the extra special is still a good Awakening for dealing that damage. However, one thing to note instead is that it's not Imi's app, the Taiko is not a bad damage map, it's worth considering. And also, Snake has Vambraces, so it actually might be pretty hard to kill him as soon as he gets the ball.
Wow. Vambrace Julia. I feel like I'm not seeing that in quite some time, but I will be keeping an eye out for any time that it truly does come in handy. Anytime that they regenerate some health in a situation that might have gotten them killed. We'll see. They're already looking a little bit low. They're trying to get a kill, but, you know, if Juliet is spending her cooldowns just healing, then she's probably not getting the ball in as often. But maybe you can do both at the same time, which is obviously the best case scenario. General Sweep once again taking Momentum Boots on to Luna. Really a fan here. Momentum Boots are a fair pick, I suppose, if you're confident in that. And they're going to get the first kill here, right on to Snake. Oh. He who has Vambrace, but it's not going to work out there, though. That barrier will fall. Still have Streak holding on to their last one here with the help of Fudgy Waffles. Fudgy reading a down pass down here to Julak, but it's not going to work out as Taco's going to try to fly on in there. Got that flip. Going to try to hold it probably for the point and not the barrier. Love that glitch pop, and now they have a chance. Yes, man. Once again, Taco running out of time, running out of health, but they just get there. They get it in time. Nice one there.
Yeah, opening up that barrier as soon as they got the flip angle was more than guaranteed by that point based on the positioning of the characters. And really, one thing to notice is, again, the Momentum Boots Luna pick worked out very well last game because she didn't have much pressure on her, but the thing about the pick is that you only have to get outplayed once. It's very steamrolly. It's very good if you can win every interaction, but as soon as you lose, you're so hard punished for it that you're basically scored on, and we almost saw it happen to General Twee earlier last point. We'll see if the... Oh, the Renegades pop kill. We'll see if a brawler like Snake can find appropriate punishes and appropriate outplays on that Luna dash.
Let's see if they can get these resources here with this 2v3. Streak going to try to hold everything that they can. Fudgy Waffles does make their way back. Snake looking under half health here. Perhaps the next kill. Going to regenerate just a little bit as the cooldowns are going to be used onto the ball. Taco can't get it through Fudgy Waffles, but onto the top side, maybe into the hands of Streak here. Is going to try to fight right through Julak. Glitch Pop is going to make things tough. Snake having to retreat all the way back is really going to relieve a lot of the pressure onto General Twee that could be made. The strike is not going to work out there. I actually like the bounce from Taco into Julak there. It's really good of a mix-up. Interrupting Snake there also with Julak. It's going to work out quite well. Streak trying to get it on through with the piercing touch again. Really not much going on here, though. The glitch pop is not going to make it on in there. We see these Momentum Boots are now pretty coming in handy. I'd say Momentum Boots are solid when it comes to an overtime like this, especially when your team is the one pretty much putting on all the pressure. Snake can't move up and make a play onto Twee because of all of the gameplay from Julak and Natako. I mean, Snake can't do their job, and it shows.
Yeah, Streak did a raw blink, but if he did strike there, it would have saved. But again, yeah, we saw in that overtime there, the possession was in favor of Slime Mold Colony for pretty much the entire point in that overtime situation. It felt like there was no situation where Snake could get a solid offense going on General Twee. And again, a sudden double barrier, and they have offense here, but it collapses pretty much instantly as Julak finds the outclear to support General Twee.
Yeah, not too much going on there. Streak is trying to make as much happen as they can with these Estelle abilities. It does not work out just yet. Okay, blue team is going to regain possession here. General Twee has a flip. When will they use it? Okay, Snake was maybe trying to get a kill with that flip, but maybe they didn't have dash punch there. Trying to get it through Fudgy Waffles here. Going to end up flipping onto the bottom side, now into the hands of Snake, who's going to punch Julak directly into the face. Julak is going to survive this moment by just backing up a little bit. I mean, still have both barriers. Okay, Snake does finally grab one. Streak has a flip of their own. Maybe they can make a play for this barrier. I mean, they have no points in the set right now. They're going to have to do something. They're going to have to get a play going, but it's just not going to work out just yet. Maybe waiting for the flip of Fudgy Waffles or Snake, but it might just be too late.
Yeah, and one thing worth noting
is my God.
Colony had Streak in critical condition, but some good movement from him saved his own life and kept the point going. Especially kept his flip going as he uses it to find a kill onto Julock. That could be the breakaway they need, with that Luna nuke now on cooldown especially.
Yeah, I love that Oni blade there from Everlasting Taco to keep the barrier alive. Winning a situation against Snake twice there. Going to survive once more, General Twee. You know, if you lose your barriers, you died as a goalie, so they're going to keep themselves alive here. Everlasting Taco has their flip now. Oh, God, really awkward angle from the last little bit of that slice and dice. But maybe nothing too bad will come of it, although they are looking a little weak, but they get it on through. Nice work to help that glitch pop, dude. Man, this team looks active. They look accurate right now.
They do look very high uptime, and again, Julock finding sneak through the drum on the center there with his glitch pop. It doesn't actually show if it's overlapping with the drum. The drum is a higher Z-axis there, but again, General Twee with some incredible saves on the Snake there. It felt like Snake couldn't really get anything done on the offense, and he picks up this glass cannon, which is playing even further into his own playstyle. It's going to be really annoying for Snake to play this game, because what you have to do is you have to reset that movement speed on General Twee, otherwise he'll get completely out of hand. And if you don't do it before it happens, it's almost completely too late, as it's hard to land a punch on a Luna that's moving that fast. Some other big pickups is the missile prop on Estelle, if she can get that full map coverage with her R, and bulk up on Zentaro, which is going to be very effective, as he's harder to kill, and he'll have that extra power, as well as the fact that it's a survival deny in a game like this.
Nice kill there is going to be completely confirmed by the flurry from Snake, and a nice punch with the assistance of Fudgy Waffles is going to grab that last barrier. Streak going to try to get a little involved here to try to make this 2v3 happen. Dash punch is enough to at least keep General Twee stunned and in trouble while Fudgy Waffles puts that one in. Okay, you know, that kill, they got everything they could get out of that kill, which is the entire point. So if they can find some more of these, some more damage, some more coordination, it might actually work out. But I will say, back to your other point of turning off this glass cannon, Juliet isn't particularly good at it. Her cooldowns are so much better used elsewhere, so it's kind of in the hands of Fudgy Waffles in a way where it's also like Twee just kind of has to avoid some of these slimes, and we might just be seeing a lot of glass cannon this game.
Yeah, but with that size awakening, the big fish on Snake, it is actually a lot easier to land that punch at least. Some recompense there, but again, this corner offense being set up, you only have to win one strike war onto Juno there. And as soon as you do, you're setting up for a checkmate on the net. Julock and Taco have been very, very consistent with this kind of play. We saw it all too many times in the last game they played, and they're looking no worse at it right now.
Absolutely. Oh man, Snake goes in for a flurry to try to make it happen, but gets smashed on every front. Heals just a little bit though, is back at half.
There's that Vambraces.
Yeah, the Vambrace actually coming in handy there after getting smashed a little bit. And we got Streak moving up to try to get the flip to make it happen. Alright, Fudgy Waffles got the barrier, no problem. Julock still on the front side. Snake probably hit the drum by accident there, or maybe was a little too slow, but that ball definitely went out of possession. Julock almost with a really cheeky drum play. I really like the idea there. Keeping the mix-ups going. Now it's Taco against Fudgy Waffles here. Finally ends up winning out, clearing the ball. A lot of pressure relieved, but a couple of cooldowns from Streak is going to put that pressure right back onto blue team. Okay, we got the cat machine is going to block at least some of that lane. And, man, can Lions get some points on the board here? I mean, it's not so far out of range, but it does really feel like Mold has had it all game.
Yeah, and really, Julock with a strike shot from Streak to cover that downwards pass. Getting it right past General Twee, he does not find the dash redirect in time, especially with that overtime. And the 130 power on Glass Cannon making the core move so fast that the timing is really strict. So he can't be blamed too much for missing it, but it does cause the point to be lost as a result.
Nice foresight there from Streak with all that.
Yeah, Joe's retirement home is up in this set. They're looking like they have that range control, especially with a dash flip from Snake, finding a kill where there was none, a punch too very, very well timed around those Juno Slimes. This is the NASL player effect, really. You're ready for pretty much any situation, like Snake there, and you can make anything happen at any moment, so it's very important to play around him carefully.
Yeah. Oh, okay, here we go. Gonna use that boost to make sure that we keep this whole point alive. Streak has flip, passes up to Fudgy Waffles, who gets stunned there, which actually collects the barrier. Streak definitely thinking Fudgy Waffles can get their chance. Wow, punch.
The most unfortunate back pass I have ever seen, or perhaps an attempt at a dribble off of that drum. Instead gives the ball right to Snake, and that's more than enough for a player like him to score. All it takes is a dribble and a punch, but it could have been really anything in general. We had to worry about each and every option. Rewarded Snake is for that kind of play and finding the first pick in this draft. he might want to opt for the Spark of Agility, as it's a very, very strong pickup on its own, but it sets up for a good rest of the game. However, that does leave Zentaro with that Stinger. We've seen its value earlier. Amy has her pick of Hot Shot and Timeless, opting for the Hot Shot to deny the Juno, who already has that core speed going, and nothing's left in this draft for the poor Luna, but they still don't mind too much with that Stinger, Zentaro, and Hot Shot Amy pickup. Both very good awakenings on these characters, and it could play exactly into their win killing.
Do you think there was ever a chance that Snake takes Knife's Edge there? You think Spark of Agility was definitely the better pick here?
No, because Knife's Edge was nerfed way too hard. It's just undertuned grossly right now, so when you're picking it, you want to have a very good reason, like it's on your back.
Word. Alright, no problem. Keeping this point going, get some sparks. Will actually work out later. Man, Taco and Julek actually winning a lot of situations there, but gonna grab one barrier. Snake, maybe no cooldowns to push that barrier on the bottom there. Julek not gonna have enough strikes to get through Snake and Streak, who's really staying active here. I like that Streak is putting on a lot of offensive pressure, and it's gonna result in both barriers and possibly even more. Julek finally clears the ball onto the other side of the board. Oh, nice, wow. God, we love the drum play there from Taco. Way better than the last back pass we saw, but it's now gonna be Twee against Snake. Tough situation. Julek does get their hands on the ball. Okay, actually also clears this one to the other side and deals a lot of damage to Fudgy Waffles. Taco can't really deal with the Crater Maker right there. Lose that situation. Streak spending a bunch of cooldowns. Might have nothing left. A flip here from Snake. Everyone's on defense. Kind of wins out, but General Twee, with those momentum boosts, might have gotten there just in time, too. I mean, this is a crazy point. We're going into overtime right now. Fudgy Waffles probably not going to take any more damage than this. Smashes it with 1-2 punch. Gives it directly to Snake in that play. Actually given through 1-2 punch.
Yeah, we saw the value of that overtime 1-2 punch pick there. Fudgy playing intentionally for it, by the way, dribbling one single time to proc it, and then finding that open direct pass, which wouldn't have been open otherwise if that core speed wasn't so high, giving Snake the opportunity he needs exactly. And this is the kind of game we're seeing right now, where if Snake gets the ball in a 1v1, the point is almost entirely over, as it's very hard for General Twee to make those kind of open space saves, because any dash could be the most massive commitment he's ever taken in the game.
Really tough spot there with that back pass, as we do see we do see Julek and Taco moving up quite a bit. Snake trying to get a stun in there, trying to get a punch stun in there, but doesn't seem to work out. Julek healing before striking, which actually really smart there, as Snake was most likely sniffing out some sort of kill. Gonna spend the ultimate. Julek has no evade here, though, chases them down. Nice one by Taco, getting that last barrier there, too. And yeah, like you said, dealing a ton of damage. Streaks at nothing. Although Snake, just with a nice clean strike. Jesus, Snake actually just plays the level 1, gets it strike forward, punch that one. Twee is playing 16D chess, but alright, good job, Snake, getting on in there.
Yeah, General Twee not exactly finding the saves he definitely should have to have at a baseline if they want to win this game. Pretty much every single dash should be, in that open space, should be a save on the ball, but if Snake is finding these angles that trip him up, then it's really, really hard for him to adapt, and as soon as he misses a single dash, again, the risk is so high. And we're seeing it happen, because last point he missed the dash, he got put in an awful situation, and the vent is already open again. This could be exactly the same kind of scoring pattern we've been seeing for the rest of the set that we've already been playing. And again, the Fudgy Waffles jumping in with every single slime in the game. It's so hard to defend against that kind of thing. 4 slimes keeping the core directly in front of your net, but it's stalled. It's not even shooting instantly, so the timing is mix-up, the spacing is a mix-up. It was almost entirely over the moment Twee didn't have any cooldowns there.
That was a little messed up, but we do see, Joe is coming back. Joe's from the retirement home might actually be returning, as Juliet grabs second spark of the game, buffing up all sparks that we will see for the rest of the time. Peak performance, actually a solid pick for the speed Luna that we are seeing. It just kind of adds on to that stack there, though. As you like grab a little bit of speed as well. Explosive entrance on to Fudgy Waffles, giving them basically full control of this entire board with that Blabo jump secondary. It's going to work out quite well. Heavy impact on Streak is actually also pretty good. Streak's getting quite involved. We might see some good cooldown coming out from that piercing shot. Boy, you can see from the start of the point that this is definitely an extra special game. Snake frame 1 in there with that flurry. You can see that the Crater Maker just coming on out. Cat Machine, a Firewall Sentry. It's crazy. Everything's going on right now with extra special. But both barriers down here for Joe. What can they do to get this one out of here?
Yeah, and this draft is, in the moment, a little bit favored for Joe's retirement home. However, if you've played damage, you know the number one thing that you can pick up is a Survivability Awakening. It's a deny, and it makes sure that you can't die while you're dealing that damage in the first place. It skews the game very hard, and really, Slime Old Colony have picked up every single Survivability Awakening in the game. So if they can send this to a set 5, Joe's Retirement Home will be almost defenseless as Julak finds that open space as Streak was threatened by that Lunar Rocket. Very, very well set up from General Twee and Julak set up to capitalize off of that kind of opportunity. Again, if they get this to a set 5, the game is looking very dangerous for Joe's Retirement Home.
Yeah, it really is the damage team. Let's see what other damage awakenings they can pick up if they manage to take this one. Ball going backwards from Oni Blade. No problem. They collect the barrier off of it either way. Fudgy looking a little bit low there, getting a little smashed by some of these moves. The Stinger is really helped, dealing a lot of that damage. Snake getting that punch to help reinforce it with a strike as well. Scary Rocket going to bounce off that one. Keeping Fudgy Waffles low is really effective here as they do a nice jump dash combo. Streak almost had a situation there, but General Twee did not fold to the pressure of Streak moving up. Snake gonna block mid and top there nicely with that dash punch. Oh my god, wow. The glitch pop of the century. That was so beautiful to like block that.
Yeah, the lingering glitch pop hitbox, making sure it doesn't hit the core instantly, so it's covering the space where Streak wants to strike where it right too. Very, very well played from Julak, finding the goal right off of it. And again, it's showing its power right now as this damage pressure, the only thing you can lose is to a breakaway. And if General Twee has that patience, which he did, but in this situation, Snake is completely in there finding the goal. If General Twee has the appropriate patience and is able to get those single plays on that 1v1, it suddenly becomes almost impossible for Joe's Retirement Home to win the game.
Yeah, it's tough right now. We're going to see if Joe can keep this one up, if Joe can escape the Retirement Home here by winning out on this set. Streak going to flip it on over to Narnia, but Luna also another good character at catching the ball when it's in nowhere. A nice win from Streak is going to keep literally both barriers alive in that situation. Taco against Fudgy Waffles there, though. Snake does win out with a nice timing on that flip. It's pretty advantaged here, though. Streak, okay, maybe trying to keep both, at least one of these barriers alive. Fudgy Waffles wins out on the top side there. Snake getting the flurry in there, slowing Twee and stopping them. That'll turn off the glass cannon, absolutely. And you can see also Fudgy Waffles is just across the entire board. It is so scary to see Fudgy Waffles jump in and just primary. I mean, you have to do like 3 strikes to beat Juno standing on her slime, you know? Sometimes you just don't have it.
Yeah, the explosive entrance was definitely a deny, but it's showing its power here with that insane map coverage. Already a double barrier, and Fudgy Waffles is already in there again, taking that O to an open net versus open net. 0.5, Julak is in there, but the Lunar Rocket suddenly backing him up as Fudgy Waffles wins the strike war versus Julak, able to send it into the net for a set 5. What a play from General Twee with the missile coverage.
That's like a double take moment where you're like, who hit the ball? Who hit the ball? What hit the ball? It's always Whammy. It's always the rocket. The tiny little nothing flying across the screen. Nice one there from Twee, making sure that works out. Julak, first pick here. Is it going to be damage? Is it going to be Deadeye? No, we're actually going to deny this spark, which is completely understandable, which allows General Twee to take something good, which is Twin Drive. We saw last game, General Twee kind of went a little crazy with that Twin Drive. Now we see the Deadeye is actually picked up by Streak. Going to try to do a little bit more damage. And undeniable, maybe Dentaro gets it gets dash perk. So that's kind of even better. For Team Mold here, Team Damage is going to be a little bit stronger as well. Fudgy Waffles, not much with specialized training. We'll see how this plays out. Snake does get some size, though. That definitely helps when it comes to these like extra special flurries every minute.
Yeah, the Super Surge on Zentaro could be exactly what they needed. Again, we saw it last game. As soon as they got that explosive entrance, Everlasting Taco was looking completely like he was just everywhere, finding all that damage value, finding those goals out of nowhere. And we might be seeing that happen right now as he finally gets his dash range. Super Surge, no less. Very important Awakening pickup. General Twee as well, with that Twin Drive. That would have been a goal last set, but now that he has 2 charges of his secondary, he's able to save those. He's able to layer them appropriately. And this offense is looking very scary.
Oh, God.
Everlasting Taco does get killed by the Taiko Drum, but the play is kind of slowing down as... Oh! But a sudden piercing shot from Streak finds the pass to Julak, cuts it, gets a goal for his efforts there. Wow.
Streak actually has a whole lot of utility here, especially with the missile prop, the extra prime time piercing shot. There's a lot Streak can actually do, and they are getting active enough to make it definitely threatening. I mean, even the aerials right there, giving them a lot of range. It's just really good for the defense here. They do grab 1 barrier on each side. Kind of low Fudgy Waffles, but ends up grabbing an orb to keep themselves alive. One barrier left here for Joe's, but nothing on the opposing team. Saves it with literally a pixel. We got that twin drive on deck. What we do here with Fudgy Waffles. Got the Crater Maker to help, but man, we do see Streak win a lot of interactions there, but they do find a way to get Fudgy Waffles on out of here, though. Drum, a little scary here. Streak trying to defend this as much as they can. Julak does go for the flip. Everyone kind of gets in there, but man, does that barrier hold Streak and Snake, bro. Doing such a good job.
General Twee misses a dash and goes entirely into the enemy net, but he has so much movement speed, as we can see right now. With the peak performance glass cannon momentum boots, he's able to walk back almost instantly. However, Everlasting Taco is taken off the board for now. We'll see if Joseph Hardiman and Hope can make the power play stick, as they usually have been able to. Snake especially with this flip, and so does Streak.
Oh yeah, that's going to be a nice pass directly on over to Snake. Fudgy Waffles. Man, Fudgy Waffles passed the ball to Snake all the way back there, and now Fudgy Waffles is standing in the opposing net. It's just like, that dude is all over the place to help that one work, and I mean, it shows, right? Joe's is actually on match point here right now when Mold looked like they were doing pretty solid in the beginning of the game, but some of these awakenings, some of the gameplay changes here are actually coming into effect. We see Julak just about dead here, though, completely staggered, is at a lot of danger. The punch is not going to make a kill there. Chinotwi's gonna have to back up. Secondary, yeah, nice wait against Streak, who is not really telegraphing what they're doing, but we know that Streak is looking for all of these like block passes or pass block, whatever's going on here, dude. They're doing all really great, okay?
Yeah, but Snake finds his important breakaway. Single. Oh, that could have been the gamble. Oh, but because it wasn't, because he didn't find that single hero play, Streak is taken off the map, and as a result, they're able to send that into the net. If Snake got that done, he almost did. It was so close, so scary for General Twee. I'd be shaking for those next point if I was him. But they're able to keep it on board as the damage does show itself.
The hero play truly almost happened there. Oh my god, love the strike shot there from Streak. That's just the range, really using the missile prop to the best use as they can, but they coordinate really nicely and grab a kill onto Julak. It's not going to have a whole lot of defense here, really just stagger swagger to try to get them out of there, but that's certainly not going to heal you until it does, until your regen is actually activated. But now here we are, they're back. Taco's looking a little bit low now, might end up being the kill target. We got the Firewall Sentry going, the Crater Maker is going to blast Fudgy Waffles off the board. This is exactly what Mold needs, but they do have to land some of these resources. Streak and Snake has this kind of a god defense. They are not losing these barriers. Fudgy Waffle comes up and they instantly lose a barrier. Is it coincidence? I don't know.
Streak looking worse for wear, but the issue is that if you try to kill him, you're giving up on the defense, so you actually can't abuse that health bar that he has. He's able to recover effectively, but right now is their chance if they take that second barrier. General Twee has the flip to work with here. Julak and Everlasting Taco are about to build one of their own. It's something to consider, but suddenly the flip comes through. Snake is able to punish it effectively. What random Zentaro primary? Why was that so red?
It was so red, guys. Why was it so red?
Was
Wait,
that
did he stop like General Twee's
from
flip?
Julak Glitch Pop? I think so. I think Julak Glitch Pop it and that carried momentum. I don't know. Alright, well, that's a way to send you a set point.
Yeah, we are at set point here for sure. One barrier down for each team. Taco has their flip, gonna send it on in there, but Streak gets the reaction to keep that one alive. Whoa, Snake going in for a crazy aggressive play and wins out by getting a kill, activating no pummelers actually at all. General Twee is gonna have to hold the line here though with this twin drive. It's gonna work out pretty well. Okay, gonna try to stall just a little bit here. Got the Crater Maker, and it's not gonna work out for the side of Mold. Kind of own goals there. Julak does get it with that flip, and now we have no barriers left. Any cooldowns for the team would actually be so valuable. Glitch Pop almost with crazy strike shot from Streak. Fudgy Waffles jumping in, but can't. It doesn't reset your strike, having your secondary. Okay, General Twee working on getting this ball onto the top side. They do get the Firewall Sentry, but it's not going to get all that much off of it here. Just a few strikes away from a flip could change this whole game.
It's so nerve-wracking, but now Snake is a massive damage target if they can find a single ability on him, but he has so much healing from the band braces. A single Zentaro dash is enough, but oh, what just happened? Oh my god, the glitch from Julak, and then the ultimate from Taco. Something killed Streak there. What an insane coverage on the flip from Streak there. Slime Mold Colony randomly taking it in a moment where they were so close to be in danger.
I think the Zentaro ult ended up killing Streak, but the Glitch Pop actually covered the ball. And, man, that is it. That was end of the game. Julak got that last point there. That was actually kind of insane. What a high-octane match. I loved every second of that one here. look at all the damage numbers are actually relatively close. Well, even though we did have Everlasting Taco here pick up that Stinger, we were definitely focusing on a lot of damage. I mean, Snake get the Fire Flurry every single point. And it shows, I mean, what a close match here. That was actually beautiful.
Yeah, I mean, one thing that last match and this one has showed me is that I'm very excited to see how Julock does in Liftoff, because he's been looking very standout in both of these games already, on both the Imi and the Estelle pickup. If they have this flexibility in draft, if they have this kind of style, I think they have a really good chance in Liftoff, because they've already qualified for it now.
Yeah, that was it. Winner of that game would actually be applying, or would be qualifying for Liftoff. So good shit there to Slime Mold Colony. Really well-deserved gameplay. And man, that's crazy. Wait. Yeah, no, that's crazy. Julek actually hero. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Anyway, yeah, beautiful game there. They're going to qualify in their Slime Mold. You'll be seeing them a little bit later, perhaps in Liftoff for sure. Stay tuned for that. What is coming up, I think, December 13th, or is that second Launchpad? I think December 13th is second Launchpad, actually. I wish, if only somebody could just, like, in my ear, tell me exactly when the next Liftoff is coming. Next year, would you know that next year is the actual next liftoff? Man, it just kind of hit me. Either way, we are going to go to another break and load up some more gamers for you guys to see. Next match will definitely be a good one. It might be, who knows, freaking esports against scriptwriters, maybe When in Rome against M-Boy Current Entourage. Not sure, but we will see you guys in 5 minutes or less. Stay tuned to continuation of NASL Season 7, Launchpad number 2.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Launchpad 2 qualifying matches. Up first, we have Spudketeers versus the Rat Pack. I'm joined by Dropletto on the desk. What do you think about this one?
Well, to start off, I want to say, of course, first seed, the Rat Pack, an extremely strong team going to this launch pad. I'm sure most people would have had them at seed 1, no matter who you'd ask. But I like to point out that the Spudketeers were ranked very highly last launch pad. However, they did kind of crash and burn partway through qualifiers. But this time, they got seeded pretty low. I think like 13 or something. And here they are on the winner's side of the bracket, about one step away from qualifying for liftoff. So I'm excited to see if they can pull through and just show that they deserved their seeding last time, or if the Rat Pack is just gonna put the prize in the bag and make their way on towards liftoff.
One step away, but a pretty big step. I mean, of course, we know some of the players in this game, so not an easy one. But, I mean, if it starts off like that, fresh with the own barrier in the first 5 seconds of the match, it gives a little bit of an opportunity here for Spud to take it away. Great secondary there by Potat, able to stave off the play for a little bit longer, but in the end, it is still one barrier to one barrier for a little bit longer. Great pass from Davey, but it's intercepted. Climbing up the top, the astral projection goes a little bit too far. The proximity drone from now is also really nice for keeping it forward. Tempo with Tofu Fortress not going to get the connection, nor will Carmine on that for that matter. Frightfully Fresh is running forward and trying to get some stuff done to support it because the defense from Spud has just been really good.
Yeah, David and Potat have been building a super strong backline here, and especially against an unorthodox pick. It took me a minute to realize I was watching this, but that is a Dubu Brawler on the field. Not a pick we've really seen in any competitive matches. But the size of that Dubu is able to just let Tempomelon put it in past the Atlas. And if you didn't know, by the way, Dubu is, I'm pretty sure, like, he starts off with like 20% size over the rest of the cast. So that strike box, all that a good brawler needs is kind of just let it go and take a real advantage over the other team.
Yeah, Dubu size does make it easier to win those very important strike wars. Tempo almost rolling off the map there. If David had anything up, that could have been a kill. But core flip countered by another core flip from Fresh. That's going to be a lot off the field here. Astral projection dribble is really nice. Tempo going forward, getting to the bottom there. Is he hit the first barrier? The second one with the core flip. Tofu Fortress, no! Great barrage from David. Stalls that out for a little bit longer. Takes a lot of health on the back end, but there is an Atlas to heal him up on that one. Pass intercepted by Potat here, now playing forward to let Kai have a chance to regenerate. Death Touch comes out just to keep Mudflap away from it. The dodge from Potat, countering Tempo's aggression there. The somersault takes him to the edge, and Potat just gets Tempo right off the field there. David passing up to Potat with the astral projection pass splitter as well. Barrage coming out, but the defense from the side of the Rat Pack is just phenomenal there to defend against all of that. Core flip comes out, baits out the gate as well. Tempo dribbling up the top with the core there. The core flip from David forced out. Mudflap almost going off, but not quite. Is going to be able to save the core flip for a little bit longer. Barrage from David gets a dribble on the bottom. Core flip from Mudflap is going to save him for a little bit longer. The Cosmic Expanse from Potat gets it forward. Carmine has the core for a second. Tempomelon a little bit too late on the somersault, not able to get into the barrier.
Yeah, lots of back and forth coming out from both teams here. Both brawlers getting extremely low, and Tempomelon even dying to the revenge kill earlier from the Atlas. But neither side has been able to make any great plays to take the barrier here. Both deep goalies, Frightfully Fresh and Potat, have looked super strong in the net, but they are. The Rat Pack is able to get the corner offense started, getting the Atlas Expanse out, and a great strike and roll from the Dubu. And then the primary hold almost enough to just let the core roll in, but Mudflap and Xavier starting their own offense. But a beautiful secondary from Frightfully Fresh, able to dime up Tempomelon, able to put the core on the bottom side of the net, making Rat Pack only 1 point away from taking the first set.
Yeah, just phenomenal team play there and great momentum carrying from Tempo on that one just to make sure that it doesn't lose speed after the redirect. Mudflap, though, with the barrier beam gets a first barrier, and it seems like Spudketeers are really great at that early aggression, getting that first barrier, but it's so difficult to get that second one for them. So many points it's been that early aggression going the way of Spudketeer, but then it just stalls out, and Carmine and Tempo are able to get the passes between themselves there. Carmine dribbling to the bottom, has the core flip with the drone as well, but isn't going to be able to get too much. Pendulum swing, somersault, both coming out. Core flip as well, but barrage from Davey gets it down. Mudflap gets hit by Giga there. Tempo going for a dribble, almost has the core flip, does have the core flip now. Mudflap not able to get barrier beam connection on that one. Core flip comes out from Fresh. Tempomelon trying to strike war in the middle of the field here against Davies. Mudflap almost dead, but doesn't get hit by the sweet spot of the pendulum swing. Tempo also wasting the core flip, unfortunately there, not getting the connection. The Assault is out here to heal up Mudflap, but not going to quite do too much. They're still on half HP. A potential for a kill there, but they have to do something with it. They're going to lose a barrier at the end of the play, unfortunately.
Yeah, a super scary offense coming out from the Rat Pack here. Tempoman almost able to secure the double barrier hit, but a great little strike placement from Carmine is able to secure the second barrier and secure the point, sending it back up towards Tempoman with the midfield David too far away to help, unfortunately hooked away while staggered. And now Carmine is going first pick into the draft and is extremely scary. And there it is, the now Monumentalist. We might just see it picked up, and it's going to be extremely hard for Kai to start winning interactions against this now if the Monumentalist is picked up, which it is.
Yep, I mean, Monumentalist now, not as strong as it used to be, but still plenty strong enough, especially when you're denying Atlas as well. He does get Missile Prop, but Dubu also gets Glass Cannon, so this is definitely a one draft here for the side of the Rat Pack. You know, not bad pickups on the other side. Missile Prop on the Atlas, Spark of Focus on the Kai, and of course 1-2 Punch Asher is not to be underestimated, but Glass Cannon, Dubu on ice, bulk up on Erasmus, who already has power from Pauldrons, and Monumentalist now is... Yeah, that's a pretty rough draft for the side of Spud to face.
Yeah, definitely I would put the Rat Pack above the Spud Tiers in the quality of Awakening he's got in the draft, but I would like to say at least that Missile Prop Atlas should be doing a great job of keeping the core away from Tempoman, away from these scary corner interactions, but unfortunately the corner Dubu wall casino slot machine just has put the core in the bottom corner perfectly, and Atlas is unable to stop it.
Someone needs to make an Omega Strikers mod that just replaces the sound of the core bouncing with just like the ching 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 of the, the slot machines for that exact reason. Giga Blast goes a little bit wide. Unfortunately, Mudflap also doesn't get the Strike War connection there. Potat with a nice dribble with the Astral Projection. Barrage goes wide, and that's going to be a kill. Mudflap putting in the work with that 1-2 punch. Now has to be very careful of that one on those midfield interchanges there. Frightfully Fresh, geez, I can't pronounce his name for some reason, is going to be able to get the defense for a little bit longer here, keeping one barrier alive, but not both. David going for a dribble with the Giga Blast. Really nicely done with Pass Splitter, Astral Projection as well, but the defense, the angle found there by the defensive Rat Pack with the barrage coming in as well. Mudflap finally opens up the goal. It feels like it's been forever, and there we go. Core Flip instant in. Mudflap not taking any chances. As soon as they get the inch, they take the mile.
Take the mile they did, and such a great little, like, possession there that the Bucketeers had. They were able to keep it in extremely scary spots for what felt like almost the entire point, where the Rat Pack was just on the back foot dealing with Kai, Asher, and of course Potat doing a beautiful job at walking up and using Alice's creations to just kind of keep the core in, and it was able to pay off for the first point, but now it's their turn taking the offense. Mudflap unable to find a dash punch kill, and they're able to keep it up the field, but unfortunately not a super strong offense being made, and David is forced to spend the flip to get away from Tempoman, looking for the dash punch kill, which Dubu, you wouldn't think that Dubu's too great at it, but surprisingly scary, especially when the flip is up to help get a little more knockback to secure it. And a great Dubu Omega Strikers interaction there. The primary just holding it in and did it twice because it's a prime time start. And this character is just looking so fair and balanced this game.
Yeah, Tempo really been putting in the work on that Dubu in this match. The downside to Dubu generally is that he's kind of slow and he can be, you know, pretty easily knocked off the map, but Tempo not finding too many problems with that one with the speed from the now that is now off the field, I should say. Death Touch finding the own bear with Pendulum Swing, unfortunately, in the end. Defends the top barrier, sacrifices the bottom barrier for it. Core Flip, though, all the way across, and Potat out of position, trying to keep the forward pressure up, is going to be able to make a little bit more use of his power play and get the double barrier. Core Flip, kill from Mudflap into the goal as well. Takes it to a 5th point in this second set.
Yeah, the 1-2 punch value is currently going pretty insane from Mudflap here. Both points that the Bucketeers have been able to take was because that Mudflap found a great dash punch kill on Carmine to start the point, and then of course a second one near the end of there with the flip to secure it. If David can keep putting the ball along the wall, keep it in good positions for Asher to get value with 1-2 punch, I think that's a great win con for Bucketeers to look for. But unfortunately, Tempoman is able to keep the ball up in the corner, using Dubu's strike range to just be so scary. Looking in position, looking for any primaries to secure the point. And FlappyDB looking to start corner offense, but unfortunately, it is Dave E to die. Unfortunately, to the 150 power Rasmus primary, just taking it in such a scary offense coming out from the Rat Pack. And again, that Dubu strike box just allows Tempo to take such late strikes to get around other players' strike range. And now they are only one set away from taking the entire game.
Yeah, Spudketeers showing that they have what it takes to score some points here and potentially take future sets, but it is not going to be easy when your Atlas doesn't get anything he wants there. Twin Drive denied as well as the Monumentalist previously, and that is just going to be unfortunate. Size, of course, on the Asher denying the size away from Rasmus. And Spudketeers, again, just it's a draft catastrophe here as the Sparks even will not make their way to the Kai.
I will say, though, Atlas and Dubu are picking up their own little kinds of pretty awful awakenings to pick up. Never being a big fan of Orb Dancer. And Dubu, not especially known for the specialized trading synergy, but hey, Dubu is not exactly known for being a brawler to begin with. And Temple Melon is just making the pick look so dominant against such a defensive goalie that, hey, maybe Temple Melon will just find some random secondary into ult kills. And I'll be wrong about the spec trading pickup.
Yeah, I think this Dropletto guy might not be a knower on this one. That that ult damage can be surprisingly effective there. Not as much on that one, he was in the goal box, but even in the goal box took away a quarter of the health of David off of their stat. Got a double barrier, you know, put the fries in the bag on that one. But that Dubu wall hits the core so fast, and you don't really expect it, but then it just whisks it away, even just the damage on that. And then, of course, Tempo Melon's been brawling a little bit on it, and that is going to be pretty brutal on this one. But some dribbling back and forth here. The proximity drone forced out the core flip there from Potat. We still lose the barrier in the end. The double in the end. Anyways, tragedy here for the side of the Spudketeers. Tempo Melon, though, does whip the strike ward, gives an opportunity here, but they can't land the kill onto the Dubu. There we go. The Ash protection sinks it in, but Carmine with the core flip is able to get the core in the net, taking them up 2-0 in what is maybe the final set.
You know, I feel like I didn't even see the first point of that set, and we're already up 2-0 here. The Rat Pack looking to just close this game out, and the Dubu now duo is just so scary. One of them is so fast and covers so much space, especially with the Monu secondary, and then, of course, giant strikes from Dubu coming out. And also, the log, Dubu's primary has been taking so many random interactions, just winning them so hard. It's just they're calling it the strongest creation in the game. It's able to beat out so many Alice abilities without even having to put too much effort into it. Just what they left click, right click, and now a first barrier pickup from Telman, winning the strike war, is now in front of the box. Mudclap also looking extremely low, especially against Erasmus, and now getting hit around the field. Alice projection ultimate goes up, and there's the spec trading from Dubu, a prime time or primary into ult, and now is looking to start the offense into power play, going back down to fresh, and they're rotating around Otat. It was forced to spend both the expanse and the flip, is unfortunately unable to defend the first barrier, and now Carbine finds a kill, and the Dubu secondary stuns Potat before he can strike, and the Rat Pack has taken the game, and Dubu is looking like he's on the chopping block for next patch.
That was definitely a strong performance there from the Rat Pack, just not letting Spudketeers take really anything from them. They got a couple of points in one set, and that was about all that they saw. They barely even got the goal open for the most part. So just phenomenal performance there from the Rat Pack. A lot of good moments here from the Spudketeers, to be fair. There were a lot of good things. We saw them get the most KOs there. They just weren't allowed to capitalize on it. But I think that Spudketeers, of course, does have a lot to show from this game, because even scoring goals against a team this good is still a pretty good thing.
Yeah, I mean, Frightfully Fresh and Carbon Nuclear, both former NASL players, one from a few seasons ago, and one literally from last season. And Mudflap, David, and Potat have all never been in NASL, so to be able to take a couple points there and look extremely strong for some portions of the game really goes to show that, hey, they're waiting for the next team down in the losers bracket, and they're here to win.
Mm-hmm. Yep, if you're in that loser's bracket, you're just hoping that you don't end up on the side that Spudketeers goes down to. They're just going to drop from the ceiling and just yoink them away. But we're going to have to get to that in a little bit. We're going to cut to a short break first. Stick around. Welcome back. Bit of a shorter break on that one. We've got for you the script writers versus Lions Eat Bears. And I think there's some lore on this one if you want to fill them in, Dropletto. We were talking about earlier.
Oh, that's for the next match, but am I supposed to talk about the next match? But
I mean, if the script writers win this one, then it's a little bit comedic. We have a funny rematch or something like that.
Oh yeah, so if the scriptwriters can take this game, they're going to be up against the Spudketeers, who we saw in the last game. And over the last two launch pads, this will be the third time playing each other, because they played each other in the first launch pad. I don't remember where, but they played today in winners round 2. So they could be having the full set run back. It's 1-1 right now. So if the scriptwriters can pull through, we can see them close out the full best of 3, and I think that'd be awesome.
That it would be, but they have to get through this one first, and it's going to be the Gates of Obscura, and it's going to be the spec training and the missile prop. And it always hurts that it's no longer a Luna meta. This would be, you see the missile prop, it's like, Luna. Or Mako even. I'm honestly surprised there's not even an Atlas. It's a Mako at the very end of the draft with basically no prio on it.
Yeah, it's not really a character you see that often anymore. Dubu and Alice have kind of been the preferred melee goalies as of late. But hey, I think a Mako late pick is always notable, but this could be a Mako brawler, because that is a Kai Estelle as it picked 1 and 2 from Lions Bears. I don't know what they're planning. It could be a double forward, which I don't think looks particularly great into this comp, but I think Mako in the brawler position actually has a pretty good time into melee goalies, particularly Atlas, but could actually have some reasons to be picked against Dubu as well. So we could see what Lions Eat Bears have prepped up for this game.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see where everyone falls in this draft. Probably not an ex-goalie, but, there's a little bit of variance available on that one. You could see the IME rolled back, even if it's melee goalie meta, because Dubu forward is just so good on this map. So it's going to be interesting to see when we do get into that game. But I'm predicting, it doesn't look like a kill comp draft when you have, like, Mako, Kai, Estelle. And then the other side, though, is IME and X, and a Dubu as well. It doesn't feel like a kill-heavy game, but I'm kind of feeling like it's going to be a kill-heavy game.
Hey, the walls on Gates of Obscura, when you need to play towards that corner, you're always just so close to them. So, and there's a lot of characters that can find just little pickup kills on the side. Estelle with her little dash punch, Amy and X always have a great time in the corner, and Dubu roll, especially if Megaverse opts to taking pauldrons, is really good at finding those pickup kills on the side. He just clicks roll, and you're not paying attention, and you're just a little bit too close to the wall, and boom, there you go. It's like the highest power scaling ability in the game, other than Luna Nuke or something. And then going into this game, hey,
go for it.
You can go. All right, I just want to say, X Amy in the corner though. The line Z pairs are on a time limit. If they can keep the ball in that little happy spot in the corner, get that Amy turret up. X just presses any of his giant circle abilities, and they're gonna die. They don't have that much damage to fight back with, so if they can't get the ball out quickly, Kai, Estelle, Maka are going to be taking a ton of damage from these two characters.
Yeah, especially, they're on a time limit, but if you rotate around a little bit, then Megaverse can run up, deploy the Tofu Fortress right behind it as the Firewall Sentry is going, and I think these teams are good enough to play those kinds of mind games and strategies where you just have the timing well enough down. We're going to start with a nice strike shot pass there from the Estelle goalie. It's going to be a Mako forward on this one. But Mako forward does manage to get that first barrier, so I can't knock it too much. Second one stopped by a really good somersault there from Megaverse. I know him from the Rasmus, but it appears his Dubu is pretty good as well. Bellringer managed to secure the double for Sovereign, though, and that's going to be a pass intercepted there from Natty. Eternal not quite getting the core. The Tofu Fortress comes out, blocks the Imi out of the play, but does keep the core forward as well at the very least. Pass up to Eternal. Rosewarp, though, is really nice from Bertram.
Yeah, great little passing plays coming out from Eternal and Sovereign. They're getting a lot of resources out, and even Megaverse managing to get into the play and forcing Bertram to spend a Rose Warp to cover the top side. But yeah, like we said, this is the Mako Brawler, and this can find a lot of value against these melee goalies who don't walk up very far. If that ultimate hit from the Mako just now, that very likely would have been the first barrier, but Sovereign's X has just taken both of the forwards of Lions Bears off the map, and the specialized trading X just showing how strong X is with specialized training. It's just able to, out of nowhere, take that point so quickly.
Yeah, Sovereign with the double kill over on that one. Secure the point, and of course a nice attempt from Bertram in the 1v3 there. Did hold it off for a little bit, but there's only so much you can do. Kilius gonna die to the Tofu Fortress there as well, unfortunately. I saw it coming, I was like, oh no, that's the exact position that I've seen in solo queue so many times, playing Dubu goalie recently and terrorizing queues, but it's going to be the Cyber Swipe from Eternal to secure another barrier. The core flip here comes out from Imi, but it's defended really nicely. Unfortunately, though, Bertram does use the counter flip when it's already been cleared, so doesn't get the 100% value on that. And that's going to be another kill on to Kilius on this one. Kai going down, the squishy character, not able to hold up too much. Core flip, the Firewall Sentry is well deployed. So much damage, like you're talking about it earlier, onto his Mako and Estelle on the defense. Eternal pass through from the portal. Bull Rush gets another kill onto this Mako. Somersault gets the pass over to Eternal. Bellringer comes out, piercing shot as well. Strikes from Bertram have been amazing, but how long can he last? Just that long as Megaverse runs all the way up from the goalie box to the other goalie box to put it in.
A great awareness from Megaverse there, moving in on the power play. Doesn't matter if you're big and slow Dubu, or not that slow because the momentum boots pick up, but just able to get in, make that power play really happen. And again, just walking up with this Dubu is just so strong, able to get that wall up, which allows him to secure an early double barrier. And now Sovereign and Eternal have kind of all their cooldowns up, and we could be waiting on a turret coming up. Here it is, and of course Exalt is just sitting in the back. All it takes is one good secondary find, or just be able to get in their face and just force out 2 evades immediately and start getting the damage game started.
Yeah, you see Blitzrop going a little bit wide there, trying to go for a core. Bertram with a really good defense there, but you use every single ability, and there's still an Imi up the top to get the goal in. That's going to be the first set very quickly here for the script writers, as they are looking to write that script and complete the best of 3 in the next match. So it's going to be the X-MVP, though, for all the kills. Well worth it. Quick strike, big fish, extra special. He is so indecisive, but it makes so much sense.
Yeah, I mean, look at all these beautiful awakenings for X to pick up. Really, you could close your eyes or pick like almost anyone on the screen, and you're probably gonna get something good as long as it's not Siege Machine. But of course, opts for the quick strikes, lots of value we're gonna be getting out with that, with both slick kicks and specialized training. But of course, there's nothing to scoff at from both Dubu and Amy picking up Prime Time and Twin Drive respectively. Mako opting to choose to get a little bit of big fish value, looking to stack some size. But I will say the draft of the scriptwriter is looking a little bit stronger, especially with Achilles picking up the Spark of Leadership, which on its own is kind of barely an awakening, but if they can start making it through these sets and getting a couple more sparks, Kai might be able to take this game with a lot of speed.
Yeah, but you're not going to be able to make it too much further if the scriptwriters are able to just take kill after kill. The Sentry as well doing such a good job of keeping it forward. Megaverse is playing a forward now at this point. There's no goalie on the side of the scriptwriters. There's just 3 forwards, 3 brawlers even. No midfield. Just kill, just score, just use the glitch pop to put it in the top of the net once again. Well played by the side of the scriptwriters, and they're just running away with this game.
Yeah, every time they find a little bit, not even just a kill, just a little bit of early damage, they let Sovereign just kind of choose someone to mark and kind of run them down for the rest of the point. And they're able to just take that little advantage and then just snowball with it so hard. So these points are looking like they're going by so quickly, these offenses. Once the scriptwriters can get them started, they're able to get somewhere. And there's the dash punch. And now Sovereign is looking around the map, getting the last strike in and almost securing the first 2 barriers.
Yeah, Kilius taking a lot of damage as well off of that. The goal is opened. Kilius trying to make something with the Kai here, but he just has no HP to begin with, and there's so much brawling that he almost has no health bar, hardly ever. Sovereign in front of the goal with the core flip. If they can get the core over to him, it's basically GG, but a great core flip from Bertram actually sends it over, gets 1 barrier. There's still a second one. It took all of that to get the first, unfortunately, so Lions Eat Bears are going to have to do a lot more work to get this, but the Cyber Swipe fails from Eternal, and there's a little bit of position here. Kilius able to grab a second barrier here. Natty up the top with the Ensnare Drums as well. The Firewall Sentry not deployed perfectly. Crystal Thorns almost gets the kill, and the Imi Strike Shot comes out as well. Piercing Shot goes over the top into the corner. Kilius gets the pass, puts it through the portal up to Natty, who puts it forward, but Megaverse on the defense. Of course, we've seen him on the offense, but he's pretty good on that defense as well.
Yeah, we're seeing here that the Lions Bears, they're able to, they're fighting back. They're trying to keep this game in the bag, but a beautiful flip coming out from Sovereign finds the angle up the top side, was dribbling up the field with the quick strikes, and is able to secure that point kind of out of nowhere. But burning the flip is something I would like to see it happening a lot earlier. ABX is a combo that couldn't particularly struggle once getting both barriers down, and spending extra resources to secure it once both barriers go down, I'd like to see a lot more of that.
Yeah, but it's going to be a double barrier here for the side of Lions Eat Bears, and once again, Natty has the play, but can Bertram get it forward as it gets cleared out? Eternal has the core with the glitch pop as well. No barrier going down here for the side of the scriptwriters. They can't open up the goal just yet. The core flip from Megaverse not countered. Glitch pop is a little bit wide, so Bertram actually is really nice here. The Giga from Kilius sets up a power play. The pass back and forth as well. Interrupted by a really good somersault to block that last pass there. Broad doesn't get it through the log. Natty doesn't quite get the strike where the piercing shot comes out as well. The Rose Warp too. But the defense from Megaverse has been so good, and now we have the Imi back on the field. Sovereign going up to the corner here with glitch pop coming out as well. Kilius wins the strike where though, and Snare Drums goes wide. Tofu Fortress does not, setting up a really good field up top to block the top of the goal there. Glitch pop comes out, piercing shot as well. Firewall Sentry does a little bit of damage. So does the X Maximus here. Potential kills here for the side of the scriptwriters, but they're not finding anything just yet. And there's still no open goal. Now, as soon as I say something, of course, Lions Eat Bears had their goal opened there by the scriptwriters. Megaverse going for the pass forward. Natty running forward here as well, but Braj does not get the connection, nor the Crystal Thorns. Core flip comes out down to the bottom, but Megaverse is on top of things. Giga goes wide too, unfortunately.
A lot of resources being spent. Megaverse, although a huge Dubu roll, able to just deny the possession from Natty Fangirl, and the core just going red, sending it straight to Eternal, able to send it back down to Sovereign, and then again back up, crossing Bertram up, and Estelle secondary was just not enough to cover both sides. And that's a 3-0 in the second set. And now it's AB's turn to pick up her own collection of extremely strong awakenings.
Yeah, I mean, Deadeye, explosive entrance, bulk up, so many good things here. Kai is guaranteed to at least get a spark so he can make use of that spark of leadership, but it is not a pretty sight necessarily on this one. Glass Cannon goes the way of Dubu. It's going to be bulk up going to the Kai, I guess, to potentially deny the X on that one, but no spark stacking is a little bit sad there, and it's looking like the scriptwriters are going to run away with this one. We saw some notes from Lions Eat Bears. They were able to open up the goal and get very close to scoring a few times, but scriptwriters are, well, they're writing a script.
Yeah, and then there's Sovereign just continuing to look for these dash punch kills. Just want to keep it along the wall in these corners, give Sovereign as much time as possible to keep it around the X's little happy zone where you can hit as many people as once. And it's Kilius who's just so close to dying. One more X ability is going to send him flying off the map. And there it is, a beautiful glitch pop from Amy to get the first, or secure the hit stun on Bertram, and a great pass around the portals. Thinking really thinking with portals there, and Eternal's able to get the first point.
Yep, first point and potentially the last set if this is a 3-0 here. And again, Lionsy Bears, they've been showing some notes here and there, but it's just so difficult with the presence, and it seems like Scriptwriters are finding even more presence with each draft that passes. Then have the Glitch Pop from the X Maximus coming out here. The core flip from the X goes through the portal with a really nice bounce, does put it backwards, but unfortunately Natty isn't going to get the confirm until a little bit later with help from Kai. It is now an open goal on both sides. This is the opportunity that the Lionsy Bears have been looking for, and finally Natty is able to find the goal. 1 point for Lionsy Bears, showing that there is still hope, it is still possible, and that they are on the board, in fact.
It starts with a trickle, and a beautifully placed primary could be what the Lionsy Bears just need to start getting the momentum rolling and start scoring. But a beautiful angle from Eternal forces Bertram to spend his flip to cover the top side. And now Eternal Sovereigns, again, are just looking to start their own corner offense, but a great ultimate from Dubu, and so many resources have been spent both sides, but nothing is able to really quite be found.
Yeah, but everyone again lining up for the X. They have to use a lot of energy just to evade. Unfortunately, though, Eternal does not find the barrier there. It was a pixel off of getting, goes to the portal. Nice clear by Bertram, gets it forward. Somersault is able to hit the Mako, but not the course. That's one barrier going down. It's now one to each side. Core flip from the Dubu finds the angle. The strike shot from Bertram does not get the connection, unfortunately. So it's going to be Kilius here trying to duel the Dubu here. Dubu gets the pass up through the portal to the Aimi, and then the Dubu once again. It's going to go around the world there. The bell ringer also just sets up just in case Bertram's somehow able to do anything.
Yeah, Scriptwriters are doing such a great job at playing with these portals. It's either Megaverse or Eternal sitting on the bottom portal, and the other is just ready to just kind of sending it around both sides. And the Lionsy Bears are not able to really figure out where they're supposed to be standing on these defenses. And unfortunately, fortunately for the Scriptwriters, this expertise they're showing on this map is really giving them so much value.
Yeah. But it is an open goal once again. Lionsy Bears having the chance here, but Megaverse just no fear. Open goal is still running to the other side of the map here. Core flip comes out as a hit stun, but doesn't actually get too much done. Glitch pop as well. And it just seems like Scriptwriters is not able to get through this corner. The piercing shot is able to get a connection, gets it forward, and the barrage with Kai gets it through. And now Lionsy Bears are potentially able to take one set to claw their way back into the game to finally get first pick in one of these drafts and maybe take the match.
But unfortunately, the Scriptwriters clap back and immediately taken off the map with the explosive entrance Aimi just having so much range and so much knockback, and a great glitch pop to send the corner straight back down to Sovereign. Great offense there. And now Bertram's running away from the X with specialized strength, forced to spend the flip to get out, but now he's just one hit away from dying with both Eternal and Sovereign trying to run Bertram down, looking for the kill, but is able to get away from them with the help of the Mako speed, but it's just not quite enough. And now it is Sovereign with the ball, gets it up to Eternal. A great defense, but unfortunately, the Eternal is still able to find a kill on Bertram and secure the game. On the Lionsy Bears not quite able to secure the last set, and the Scriptwriters, they're ready for the run back against the Spudketeers.
They are indeed ready for the run back. And funny enough, also, I believe with the same score of 9-2, as it's just a lot of kills, so much pressure from the Scriptwriters. We saw that as soon as that pressure eased up, that Lionsy Bears were able to go forward to get some pressure, to open up the goal, to score a couple of times, but that was just so few and far between those opportunities because it was just overwhelming from the Scriptwriters with how much damage they were outputting constantly.
Yeah, I mean, that damage, you could see it coming out from both X and Aimi. 21 damage, or 21,000 and 22,000 respectively. And compared to the side of Lionsy Bears, the damage numbers just aren't as high. Even with the Dubu, who didn't really do anything towards the damage game, the X and Amy combo, they just hurt too much, especially when you're forced to play such a small area in the corner. The comp that Lions Bears drafted was just not able to keep up with them.
Yep. The Dubu might have had as many kills as the entire enemy team put together, even if it was only one. But not a great sign on that one. But we do have a bit of a salty run back here as we go into the next game. Scriptwriters versus the Spudketeers is coming up, maybe this game or the game after. But either way, we're going to cut to a break. We're going to come back with the last 2 qualifying matches for liftoff. See y'all around. Welcome back, everybody. We have the Spudketeers and the script writers. It's the fated match, the best of 3. Joined here again, once again, by Dropletto. How's it going?
Pretty good. I mean, this match, for first thing, the Sovereigns, the scriptwriters were able to take the first game back in Launchpad 1, and then Spudketeers took game 2 earlier today, or I believe winners round 2, and now for the qualifying match, they're back at it, closing out the best of 3. It's 1-1, and here we are on Amy's app. And I was trying to say, I see Drakkar and Asher and Estelle on Amy's app, and those are all like top 4 picks. So I'm already leaning pretty hard towards the scriptwriters. I believe their draft is a lot stronger, but hey, all it takes is a good Atlas Soul, and any of the kill pressure from these 3 characters doesn't really matter anymore. So I'd say it could still go either way.
Yeah, definitely could go. Interestingly enough, though, we do have, I think it probably banned out, though, was the Julie Rasmus of just how the team's navigating. That's going to be the first blood, though. X going off the field. Almost Asher as well with a great cyber swipe from David, but not quite finding it. It's going to be a great defense here so far by Potat, able to hold it even in face of Path Splitter. David taking the entire health bar on the defense, almost getting killed by the Crystal Thorns there. In the end, it is going to be, I think, Mudflap's Bellringer of all things that takes it there. But so far, 1 goal opened and only 1 kill on Amy's app, so, not too bad.
Yeah, another thing to point out for this beautiful Amy's app game is that it is a Stinger star. So Potat and Sovereign have opted to take quick strikes, which is going to be extremely strong when you're only a few players in the lobby have quick strikes. But this Stinger is going to be extremely hard for a lot of these characters to kind of get around. And we already saw it there. Sovereign spent that entire point staggered, and even though they were able to get the first barrier so much earlier, that kill just let the Spudketeers snowball that so quickly and secure the first point.
Yep. First point going the way of red team here. Almost a kill onto Mudflap, but not quite found by Sovereign. Glitch Pop either, not going to connect. Piercing shot either. Rose Warp countered by the Cosmic Expanse there, and Core Flip comes out past Splitter as well. Really nice combo there from the side of the scriptwriter to just send it straight through. That went from 0 to 100 real quick. Just, oh, I'll hit you, you'll hit me, we'll brawl a little in a happy family. And then all of a sudden, Core Flip, Path Splitter, goal is open, send it in, just instant.
Yeah, I mean, that was an insane angle from the Asher ultimate there, but Mudflap doesn't care. Getting the first barrier super early into the point, quite different from what we've seen in the last 2, but every time that Asher is still able to get that ball into that corner, they're able to take the barrier, and despite Mudflap managing to secure that kill, Megaverse is actually the one to put it into the top side, getting it around both David and Potat.
Yeah, I mean, the first goal happened, I was like, oh, Spudketeers, they're going to take this one. They were in the winners earlier. They had the advantage in terms of mental, when you win that first game. But then again, Spudketeers did get off a rough game last one, and Mudflap is just not having a great time on this one. Path Splitter also comes out. Megaverse running all the way up as well. Piercing shot hits 2 on that one. Then nice back pass on that core flip. Stalls out to play a little bit longer. Potat very low on health, so is Davey. Megaverse goes down to the bottom, and yeah, sure, you knock the Asher into the net, but so does the core go in, and that's the thing that matters. Megaverse picking that one up and picking up the first set for the scriptwriters.
Yeah, great awareness from Megaverse, walking up, as we saw him do so efficiently in the Gates of Zero game earlier, getting up into the offense, and Spudketeers just spent a little bit too much of their resources trying to kill the Asher, which will let Megaverse actually get just far enough up to put the core in himself. And picking up the extra special, not something that Drakkar particularly cares about too much at first, but on Amy's app, just having your dash punch combo up even more can be so scary, especially when they have an X on the other team who wants to get in that Drakkar's face. Megaverse might be finding more kills than anyone else coming up, but still 2 explosive entrants and Super Surge on Estelle Amy, which means that both midfielders are going to be able to kind of get wherever they want.
Yeah, and even the Siege Machine pickup on Asher, deny on the Atlas, but also just a little bit more damage on this pass barrier that we've seen deployed right in front of the goal so many times, and that's really nice, especially when you pick up the barrier off rip like that. Glitch Drop goes a little bit too short, unfortunately, for David, but Potat does get the clear in the end. The Molten Bolt actually goes wide, doesn't hit the core. X Maximus dash punch, getting through with the Bellringer as well. The goal is not completed just yet. The defense here is good for scriptwriters. Mudflap trying to put it in, but cannot find it. Potat rotating all the way up. This could go very badly, very shortly. Drakkar back on the field as well. The Crystal Thorns gets it past, but Potat is able to defend a little bit longer. Glitch Drop not taking Sovereign out, but very close on that one. Strike shot out of the Drakkar. Pass up to Eternal. Astral Projection gets it through with Strike as well. Almost the Rose Warp kill there onto Mudflap there. Dodge from Bellringer, and Sovereign just gets a clean shot past the Atlas.
a very, very stressful point for both teams. It looked like it could have gone either way there at any time. But great, kind of threading the needle on the pass from Returnal, getting the ball to Sovereign, is able to find a mix on the Atlas, who didn't have any more, whatever his primary is called, to get it past.
There are a lot of names for a lot of abilities in this one. Primary works pretty darn well. Core Flip also works pretty well there. Megaverse getting the barrier open. Sovereign looking very low, but you don't need health to score it. You do, however, need to get it through this Atlas, and you do need to dodge the X as he puts the Asher into the net there. Glitch Pop and Strike Shot. Nice last second clear there by Megaverse, right on the line. I felt like it was basically inside the barrier on that one. Davey taking a lot of damage just from this Molten Bolt here. Piercing Shot not getting perfect lineup. Cyberzoid gets it up to the top as well. A lot of damage on this Ivy, but does have the Core Flip as a fallback. Sovereign whiffs the strike, unfortunately. Glitch Pop sends it forward. Shotgun also gonna whiff. Nice dribble off the front there, and the Firewall Sentry actually puts a lot of work in keeping it in the corner here. Pass Spitter kind of fouling the Core Flip, but does keep it for a little bit longer. David and Eternal both using their abilities there, as Davey takes a lot of damage, but has the Atlas ult to basically get back up to full HP off of that one. Mudflap looking a little bit worse for wear here, and has an Estelle and a Jakar trying to hunt him down, but gonna turn the tides a little bit, force out the piercing shot from Eternal here, and looking, never mind, it's gonna be the Rose Warp. The Core Flip from Imi is nice, but X is off the field, so is the Estelle. Great strike shot from Megaverse, gets it forward. David sends it in. The shotgun is not gonna be enough to defend this one. Megaverse running up the field, trying to get something done. Sovereign has the Core Flip. If the Jakar can get it forward, then it's in, and so is the Atlas. Great play there by the side of Script Riders in that 2v2.
Yeah, but beautiful possession from both of them. Able to keep the offense going despite only having 2 players on the field, and Sovereign was able to secure it, getting a great secondary into Flip to kill Potat. And now going to this sitting very comfortably at 2-0, but a great primary from Davies, able to turn that point around extremely quickly, and now it is Megaverse trying to keep the ball away from Mudflap, but not quite able to do it. But hey, a little bit of creation spam from Asher, it's just what you need to keep the defense going just a little bit longer.
Yeah, the pass splitter doing so much work there. Mudflap also getting very low there. Does have enough energy to dodge, but isn't actually going to use it there. Just dodge away to the strike shot, or the shotgun there. Megaverse having to evade as well. Missing the Molten Bolt, unfortunately. We have Sovereign almost dying there to the Cyber Strike, but not quite. Mudflap also not getting the rotation off that triple. Potat whiffing the strike shot. Everyone has been whiffing abilities because they're expecting each other to hit. But it's going to be the piercing shot in the end that gets the barrier. And it's going to be the Estelle also putting it through. I think everyone, myself included, Potat included especially, thought that it would be another rotation down to the Asher, as scriptwriters had done so many times before, because that's what you do. You give it to the Asher, you send it through, because she's really good at that. But this time, Estelle flips it around and puts it just around the top, and the Atlas is walking forward. He is way too far out of position to get back to it.
Yep, beautiful little mix-up there on the offense. And now Asher is rewarded with the bulk up. And I want to point out that as the Stinger start, both these brawlers have been spending a lot of time just being staggered. I mean, it's hard for both of them. They're eating a lot of abilities from both the midfielders and goalies. But it is the side of the scriptwriters picking up both of the stagger awakenings this draft. And X only gets Knife's Edge, which used to be a game-defining awakening on this app. Unfortunately, after a couple of changes to it, a couple of nerfs, is a little it's all right. Nothing crazy, but maybe Mudflap is able to find a lot of value, but unfortunately is taken off the map by the extra special Jakar ultimate. And the offense is looking so good for the scriptwriters right now.
Very good indeed, as they're also able to pick up a goal, and scriptwriters looking to take this one out in similar fashion to their last game. Be very unfortunate for the Spudketeers, but it's looking very close here looking very good here for the scriptwriters. Another very close save there by Megaverse, who just cannot lose this barrier sometimes, it would seem. The Crystal Thorns also comes in as well. Sovereign not right getting the connection on the dash is going to mean that there's an opportunity here for the Spudketeers to get it through, but they don't in the end. Sovereign now in front of it. Great strike shot does get it around the Asher, who almost has this core flip. He's going to go for a bit of a dribble. A couple more strikes will have a lot of energy on this Asher. It's going to be a kill onto the Imi. Nicely found by Sav. Used the pass splitter as well. X-Maxfist comes out. Megaverse playing up as well. Crystal Thorns and whiffs on the core, unfortunately, but Sovereign forced out the core flip from Potat there. Aspiration gets it forward, but now Imi back on the field with Firewall Sentry. It is now a flip here. Sovereign has to use his flip and almost all of the HP bar there to just survive. And Bellringer also putting some damage on this Asher. It's the opportunity that the Spudketeers were looking for. X dribbling it forward off the middle, but a great intercept there by Eternal is able to get it forward with the core flip as well. Cosmic Expanse baited out by the piercing shot. That's not an even cooldown trade there either. Davey trying to get into this corner with the glitch drop with the Bell Ringer, but it's not enough. Cyber Swipe comes out as well with the Astral Projection. Mudflap trying to get it around, but it just cannot. You just cannot get the setup. Path Splitter comes out, locks up the Atlas for a second Megaverse. Having to contend with this Bell Ringer will get it to the Asher, but not for much longer. It's going to be the Crystal Thorns to send it through, though.
The offense coming out from the scriptwriters is just so much scarier than the Spudketeers right now. The Spudketeers are looking to get some really strong corner setups, get that damage rolling, and just keep it trapped for so long. But Asher is still, even the Drakkar, being able to walk up with the strike shot and the extra special ultimate, are just be able to get so many just attempts on the goal. If just doesn't have the cooldowns to save. And now with the open barrier, Megaverse with Flip passing up to Sovereign, things just look so scary for them again. And the scripters are looking to just kind of close out the point, looking for kills, just trying to keep rotating around these low-range characters. And Flip coming out from Megaverse, dying in the process, but giving the core just in time to Sovereign. And the scriptwriters are able to take the game and qualify for liftoff.
Writing the script indeed, sacrificing the Drakkar in order to get the goal. Doesn't get more cinematic than that one, as unfortunately the Spudketeers are going to be the one knocked out of this one. The best of three concluded for at least Launchpad, with the 2-1 going the way of the scriptwriters on that one.
Yeah, a beautiful game from the scriptwriters. Unfortunately, like I said earlier, the Spudketeers were just not quite able to get their corner offense game plan going, and when you're not able to keep possession for very long, you're taking both sides are kind of just taking pot shots at the goal. I'm gonna say, generally speaking, the team with Estelle is gonna have a lot more success when you're just kind of playing like that. And we really saw with Eternal, even just be able to do so many scary interactions. They have to spend so many resources, and then it just goes up to the Asher. And now your Atlas doesn't really have the abilities to deal with this Asher anymore, and just not much you can do once you get to that point in the game.
Yeah, was kind of, I will say it's kind of incredible that Spudketeers did have the most kills. They were finding so much, so many times. They just weren't able to capitalize on it because of the core control from the scriptwriters. They were able to play that game with that Estelle, with the Drakkar supporting, and Asher was able to just sit in front of the goal for the most part. They weren't even really playing for kills, even though they got quite a few. But every kill felt so much more impactful for the side of the scriptwriters, and Spudketeers just weren't able to get the awakenings they needed, weren't able to get the positioning they needed, and were not able to take the game. But again, not the worst showing. They only got the one goal, but a lot of those points were very close. So I'm looking forward to see what they have in store for Launchpad 3, but unfortunately it won't be a rematch with the scriptwriters as they have launched on out. They're going to head off to the liftoff, but we have one more team to decide. It's not decided just yet which the matchup is going to be. I think we're still waiting on one more game for that, so we're going to cut to a bit of a break. Might be a bit of a longer one than the last one, but we'll still be exciting for that final match of the night. Welcome back, everybody. We're here for the final qualification match of the day. It's time for Joe's retirement home versus E-Boy Entourage on the Taiko Temple. Should be a pretty fun match.
And getting into this game here, we see, oh my goodness, it's Era.
What is she
All
doing?
right, let's go. Let's go, E-Boy Entourage. They're gonna bolt through this game quick 9-0, but unfortunately, quick lobby owners terminated match. We're gonna be going back into a little bit of wait here. Oh, wrong side.
Yeah, that would have been slightly slightly unfortunate to play with the enemy goalie in your net. Although that would be a fun idea for a tournament to just swap goalies and see which team wins.
Oh yeah. But yeah.
But we're going to go back into the match here. Taiko Temple, the map of alt drums, a lot of bounces, and again, some pretty cool players here, so I think we'll see some pretty cool angles.
Yeah, so we're pretty, I want to say generic teams from both sides. Melee goalie, we've seen a lot of that tournament. Then shove roller plus whatever me feel like. And, I'm sure many people know my opinions on Era. Yeah, like I said, E-Boy Entourage is going to take this game really quick. Estelle is just going to completely walk the matchup. Stagger Swagger, Super Search start with actually Fudgy Waffles choosing to go Super Search on Era, which is going to just give at least extremely strong kickoffs for Joe's retirement home. So we can see what happens going into this match.
Yeah, we do have to see how that goes. Snowball with a nice dribble there, almost getting it the barrier there, but Streak has a really good defense on that one. Snowball having to run all the way back. I was like, where's Snowball going? But has to run back to pick up an orb to regenerate a little bit of HP there. Streak going down off the drum there. The bell ringer as well. Nicely found. One barrier here. Second one with the Arenado maybe coming here, but not quite. Snowball with a dribble with the punch. Serapi also going to be putting a little bit of work there. Witching Beam sends it forward. Serapi has very little HP, but is going to live for now. Pass Bitter comes out. The X Maximus was also used earlier. Finally, double barrier does go down. Secured here for Joe's retirement here. Snake has the core flip there in front of the goal. Can he get it through? No, he can't. Ash protection from IDC is perfect. The piercing shot also is going to pick up the first barrier here for the E-Boy Entourage. Core flip from Streak forced out there, and the Celestial Intervention is going to get the Celestial back up to full HP. Snowball in the face of the barrier beam is going to go for the core flip punch. Almost gets it in, but not quite.
Yeah, great little office going there from Snowball. It's almost able to take the barrier, but not quite able to break through the wall that is Asher. And oh my god, a basically full range Arenado kind of just finding Snowball off the... And then if it gets around Streak going around the world to take the barrier, and now both barriers are down on each side. IDC forced to spend a flip, almost linked the own barrier, but a great reaction from Syrupy, stopping it from going back in off the bumper. Arenado coming up, able to get it towards IDC, and pops the flip, getting it around Syrupy, caught in the Estelle primary. And that point was kind of a movie.
It was definitely a movie there. A lot of fun things happening here. The around the world barrier was not something that I would have put on my bingo card there, but it was hilarious nonetheless. And in the end, what does Era do? Gets a kill, scores a goal. I mean, I'm pretty sure that she's the best midfielder in the world here, and Red Team is going to take this away 9-0 from here.
Anyways, great. Unfortunately, unable to find a so barely missing the dash punch on Snake, but still a lot of damage coming out. But the creation spam from both Asher and I guess Era, who's here too, is able to secure that barrier despite Snake being so low. Syrupy kind of hovering around X, looking for the kill, unable to quite find it, but able to deny him the orb at least. And the flip sends X away, still keeping him out of the play. Corner offense coming up from the side of E-Boy Entourage. Snake just hovering around a bit. The bumper, but a great primary from Estelle since out the field. Streak starting to move up the field with the Asher, looking to be scary in interface with this flip. But Era is unable to keep it up in the back, and the corner offense is able to get the flip out from Streak. But oh my god, a great precision strike from Syrupy. I was going to say that Asher primary, just who cares? And it is actually Snowball who's taking off the map, but unfortunately, but great Alice ultimate is able to stop him from being knocked out.
Yeah, Syrupy trying to get it forward as well this time, but Snowball, of course, had to pull back to regenerate some health, so wasn't able to get any confirm on that one. Arenado comes out, sends it down over to Snake, but here from IDC up to the top is really nice. Buys a little bit more time here. Snowball with the dribble has the core flip if he can get forward just a little bit more. It's going to red core all over the place, though. We are in overtime here, just barely not scoring. Piercing shot gets it over, but again, along the bottom here, Ash Protection is not going to connection. Fudgy Waffles up the top here. Poaching Beam is going to go short. Snake missing the strike as well. Bull Rush gets through, but Syrupy has a really nice strike there to actually win that one out. Piercing shot from the Estelle is going to send it through and tie us up 1-1.
Yeah, I mean, tell me if you've seen this before. Open net versus a melee barrier. Of course, this is right in the middle. Estelle's on the other team. Hey, that's just how broken Estelle is, you know, because you can find random interactions to take the barrier, and, you know, Era just can't do that. So, you know, look at that. It's beautiful.
But Era can dribble it into the drum just as well as anyone else. Gets the corner clear in the end. Snake with Bell Ringer countered by a really good Astral Projection, but unfortunately the strike shot does not get the connection there. The secondary from Atlas as well. Just make sure that the clear is complete. Finally gets it forward, but now Streak is playing all the way up, and it's a 3v3 right in front of this barrier here. Everyone was there for a little bit. The punch is really nice from the Juliet, but doesn't find too much more purchase than just hitting the core once. IDC trying to get it around for a rotate, but Fudgy is on the pickup there with that little bit of extra speed. The Air NATO also gets it forward, but not quite through, forcing out the core flip, but never mind. Snake, even in the face of the core flip, does get things done. Fudgy, though, rushing the core flip there, snowball onto those antics, and is able to defend that one a little bit longer. Sreppy bouncing off the middle drum there. Streak as well playing forward with that core flip. We were talking about that earlier. Fudgy trying to get the corner bounce here, does get it with the Witching Beam, and actually sets up the Juliet for a kill there. Streak gets that one, confirms it, and actually sends it through as well. Streak really showing what an offensive goalie here is like.
Yeah, Streak showing what it means to be an NASL goalie, and a beautifully placed defensive flip all the way from their own side of the map, which I really like to see, especially when it's in the power play. They just can't cover as much space anymore. And a great dash flip from Snake, able to even get out of the way from the Juliet coming up. And now they have to play this little corner against Asher and, of course, X, who's popped his ultimate. And it's just looking so hard for the Evoid Entourage to keep his defense from falling apart.
Yeah, but they do manage to get one barrier even as Julie goes off the field. So, you know, trading a person for barrier is an age-old trick there. Does work out some of the time here. Pass splitter. Oh. And Streak, no, not again. Streak, you can't let this happen to you twice. Okay, he is able to run back in time to get that one. But twice in one game would have been wild. And there goes Juliet again.
I cannot believe the X power from Era actually secured that. I'm pretty sure the bulk, I think it's like 70 power that her primary gives, actually gave X enough power to kill that. Maybe she is broken and that the game is all about these buffs, but it's actually Fudgy Wolf's moving up the field a great NATO, and Snake is able to just keep these X strikes going. He's able to get the flip, unfortunately barely able to not get that point. Fudgy gets it all around to him, and a beautiful dribble into the X primary, sending it back towards the bottom side of the net. And it's beautifully played interactions from Snake.
Yeah, I mean, Snake absolutely did smurf that one. It is also nice that he had the extra power and the extra size for a few different parts of it, but just the pure mechanics there from X, which you don't say very often on that character, but definitely did showcase that there is absolutely a skill ceiling that is higher than you might think on X on that one. So beautifully played there. It's going to be the Timeless Creator picked up on the Asher to deny the Atlas. A little sad when Peak and Bulk Up are both there, but then again, X does get Peak, so not the end of the world.
Yeah, and we should be seeing Bulk Up from Era. Yep. And Julie getting a size, which, you know, nothing that she's upset with, but losing out on such strong awakenings in Peak and Bulk Up in the same draft surely does not feel great for Snowball. But hey, I'm looking more importantly at the aerials from this Estelle. She's going to be able to cover so much range now that it might just be what the Evoid Entourage is looking for to get around this creation spam that they're dealing with in these corners. But it's such a great pass from Streak off the bumper. And like these creation corner plays just looking a little bit too hard for Evoid Entourage to keep up with.
Yeah, so brutal to get through that Asher X, especially when they have the extra size, the extra speed, the extra power from this Era just buffing them up. But we do have the long shot once again. It's long, it's very slow, but it does Roomba across the floor of the court here and does get one barrier. IDC able to get back in time to defend that. Snake, though, countered by Astral Projection, didn't wait long enough for that to go through, unfortunately for him. Does do a lot of damage. The Air NATO also lights up the Estelle, and the Bewitching Beam helps to secure the kill there, and the Era gets the goal. So I'm not going to dog on you too hard here, Dropletto, but it's kind of looking like your Era case is just a little bit weak.
Yeah, it does. I mean, look at that second Era KO. They would be able to move X and Asher up into like their little corner where they are just so happy playing together. And unfortunately for me to say, does look pretty strong. But in the Atlas primary, just not quite able to cover the second barrier. Now we're in the open net against X Era. X even beamed up. Fudgy going for a crazy pass to Streak off the bumper, who also spends his flip, but is not able to quite get any value out of it. Snowball looking to go for the double, pops the flip, and is able to find at least one, but unfortunately Asher and Era, unfortunately a bit too many layered abilities to be able to get the double.
Yeah, Pass Splitter as well, keeping it forward. Bewitching Beam stacks up this X, who just bull rushes into a Cosmic Expanse, and it somehow works because the core is caught up the top side by Era. So while X is ramming his head into the drywall, Era is able to close out the point there. Nicely done on the rotation.
Hey, sometimes that's all you gotta do on X. You just gotta make space for your midfielder to take advantage of, and you know what? Once Era's given space to work with, she can be pretty good. You know, her beam is just pretty good at making the ball. It's big. It's large. Yeah, you can get it around to cover a lot of space. And this NATO, once you can actually get it set up, is a very strong ability. And X is super good, and more specifically, Snake himself is doing a super good job at giving Pudgy that little bit of space that he needs to get Era's job done.
Yeah, it's kind of funny how this is almost working like a double forward. Nice piercing shot kill by Serapi there. But Fudgy Waffles buys so much time with the Tempest Tornado there and the Bewitching Beam as well. Even almost finds a barrier in the power play, and unfortunately Snowball just whiffs it by just a picks on that barrier. Bellringer almost sends it backward, but Barrier Beam from Street keeps it forward. Pass Splitter comes out as well with the dash from Street to keep this core going forward. Here comes the Era NATO, but that does not catch the core. Bellringer, though, comes out, and IDC not able to defend the barrier on that one. Butching Beam hits the X as well, extra size on that one, but not quite going to be enough here as Snowball almost gets a barrier, but is defended nicely. Ricochets off the goal gate there. Snake finds another kill, but a core flip from Snowball sends it in and takes a point for the E-Boy entourage.
Yeah, that was beautifully played from Snowball. He, despite his midfielder being down, is able to keep the ball up, get the first barrier, and using the time gotten from the Juliol and popping the flip to get barely past both Streak and Pudgy was really well played from Snowball. And if we can get a couple more good showings from the Julie here, I want to say that they can make this upset and take it around.
There absolutely is a lot that can be done on this Estelle, Julie, and Atlas. They have so many tools if they're just able to use them, but that's the tricky part there when you have a core flip so clean from Fudgy there, the X dribbling in your face, the bull rush, the bell ringer, the core flip used for style points there from Snake, countered by IDC's core flip there to get the clear a little bit, but Streak is playing stuff up. No, missing the barrier beam and loses another barrier. Streak just has not been having a good time on this offensive goalie. Has everything he needs to be able to do it, but just barely a pixel off here and there. Snowball takes a lot of damage as well from the back half of that play and is going to have to look for Atlas's goalie orb there. The area NATO sends it forward. Streak on the bottom here trying to pick up the core.
Yeah, Streak has been finding, there's been a lot of times where the core just kind of rolls past him really slowly, gets to the other side, but I like what I see, but I also like what I see from Snowball, able to get around from Asher, and IDC barely able to get around the X, but unfortunately a little too close to the net, is punched in, and then the strike reset at the end of the ult gives Snake just what he needs to put not only IDC, but also the core in the net, bringing them up 2-0 over the E-Boy entourage.
Unfortunately, Atlas a little bit more like Icarus on that one, flying a little too close to the sun, a little bit too close to the nets on the goalie. It's all too often that it happens, unfortunately. We do see that it's going to be the Era picking up the hot shot, denying away the Estelle from that one, and also just being really good on her. And Atlas actually gets denied extra special there from the Estelle, although it probably would have still been picked up by Asher in the end. Either way, though, not the best draft there for the Asher, denying away the Spark, but not the worst in the world either.
Yeah, I think this draft overall was pretty whatever from both sides here. I mean, we've got Orb Dancer and the Spark of Leadership picked up from both goalies. Boo-hoo. But I would like to point out Juliet picking up 1-2 punch. I've kind of thought about it throughout this game, but I would really like to see Snowball going for a lot more dash punches because I'm going to be honest. The Joe's retirement home have been positioning extremely disrespectfully. It's kind of forcing their way towards the wall in the corner with all their creations. And I would like to see if Snowball can make this 1-2 punch start getting a little value. And when they go down to set up like the Asher X era NATO line of creation spam, that maybe Juliet can start looking for these dash punches and kind of try to look to turn these points around.
Yeah, dash punch would be one way that they can secure a goal or secure anything in this. And there we go, actually. Never mind. Just core flip and send it in. Snowball finding another one of those one-offs. Just core flip and put it in the net. Really nicely done.
Yeah, it's, I was talking about the dash punch, but hey, sometimes you just gotta flip it in and fries the bag, call it a day. And a great little start of the point, getting the first barrier. Serapi is unfortunately being run down by the Era beamed X, and that Era secondary It's just so much. It's so strong whenever you want to rotate from one side of the point. Getting the speed on two slow characters, especially when she already has the dash range from the Super Surge start, it's just so hard to deal with. And Snake just keeps looking for these kills. As he showed, I mean, look at this size X. That's all he kind of needs. And yeah, he even got past.
Yeah, we do see that Snake is going to try and position here once again, but he's not actually able to get the core very often, as the interception has been a lot better here this time from E-Boy Entourage. They're able to get the open goal first in this point as well. Streak trying to get it clear up to the top. Strike shot not going to hit. The Bewitching Beam will. X Maximus used in snowball dodges. Not too much more. The piercing shot a little bit too late on that one. Crystal Thorns either Rose Orb the entire catastrophe, almost getting it in, but not quite, and that's the important one on this one. Bellringer getting a little bit of damage, not too much. Air Nado comes in along the bottom, doesn't pick up the core. Snake trying to get a dribbler, trying to get the position set up once again that they've had so freely in the previous points, but this time this Estelle and this Julie are just not giving them the ability to play up, and now we have the Crystal Thorns almost putting it in. We have Snake though with the dribble at the top. This could be what Joe's retirement needs in order to actually get the setup to get across the map. We have the speed from Era coming in there, finally in this corner. Can they get something done with the Era NATO? Keeps it in the corner. The Cosmic Expanse is really nice though. Finally, X Maximus managing to open up the goal, but the core flip from Snake is whiffed, unfortunately for him. Roserorp as well stuns him up for a second pass, but finally comes out here. Crystal Thorn is going to be used. Barrier Beam sends it up to the top where Fudgy Waffles is waiting to get the collection on that one. Snake low on health, but does not care, is running forward, even in the face of the Ash Projection, but the kill flip from Snowball takes him out, and this is the power play with the Bewitching Beam! Fudgy Waffles on the Era, just playing extra to prove you wrong, unfortunately, on that one.
Hey, that was the correct play. IDC really want to accelerate the power play as fast as possible, just getting it straight to their midfield. And Fudgy Waffles, being looking to make it back to the NASL this season, really just showed, yeah, none of that. Put the core right in, and great situational awareness from Fudgy, making sure that if he has a chance to score, he's going to take it.
Yeah, and now we have a bunch of copy pastas in the chat, of course, about the Era. We have a barrier being taken by Snake here. They are empowered by the chat on this one, putting in the extra effort. Streak going down to the bottom. The Roserorp was really nice to pick up the one barrier. Takes a lot of damage for it, but isn't going to get punished too hard. There's Snowball retreating into the corner in the face of the pass splitter there. Core flips countered there, but not quite. The Flurry does not get the connection into the barrier. The Ash Projection, the Bewitching Beam countering each other there, meaning that it's going to end up in the midfield for a little bit longer. Snowball gets the pickup, heads it back to Streak. The Roserorp back up in the top corner here with Dash Punch, countered by a Barrier Beam. Bewitching Beam as well, right behind it. Bellringer comes out. Snake trying to rush down to the bottom, but he's a bit of a slow X here without that Era speed boost. The Bull Rush X Maximus combo actually doesn't get the damage there on Therapy, and therefore it's going to be a little bit of a longer point here. Doesn't get the kill, doesn't get the connection. Their Air Nado comes through, but it's not fully charged. It's a bit half-baked on that one. The Atlas ult comes out as well, but the corner aggression is really nice. Countered by a pass splitter once again. Streak has just been so good on those. Oh, nice! He takes the own barrier. No!
Yeah, unfortunate, looking to get the clear up and just barely hits his own barrier in the process. But it almost goes around Fudgy. It manages to get the barrier back, but Streak is just keeping the play up. Great area link from Estelle there, but really is unable to quite find the point, getting it past her ultimate, going back down towards the bottom side. But the arrow speed just lets Snake cover so much space all of a sudden, popping the X Maximus, although to not quite the effect as we've saw in some of these other points. Looking up, just looking to try to take this strike war, but Fudgy Waffles is not really being able to get into any of these plays, but it's just so scary with Snake in that corner. No, not a single person in this game that plays it really wants to deal with that.
Yeah, there's so many things in this game that you don't want to deal with, and unfortunately Streak not getting the connection. That's a beautiful play from the E-Boy Entourage. They kill flip into the Crystal Thorns, making sure there's no midfield and just putting it right through. And this time, for the first time, E-Boy Entourage on 2 points, up in the set, looking to turn things around.
Yeah, I mean, I think Snowball just went up like 3.5 levels from that kill. So that was pretty awesome. There's the dash punch that I've been looking for. But both Snake and Streak are in the line. They're in position, Psycho Temple, and they've both got flips up, which is super scary. Snowball was able to look for the dash punch, but unfortunately shimmied by Streak in a great layer from Fudgy and Snake. They're able to get the second barrier. And that arrow speed just makes so much value. We see these rotates happening, and it's just so scary. I mean, X with speed is just not something that this Atlas character really wants to deal with, because he's able to get around his creations. And Fudgy Waffles just keeps trying to get it up towards Sheik, but a great flip out for Sheik. Looks for the pass, and not able to quite find anything, and loses the barrier in the process.
Unfortunately, Streak once again, and actually with a beautiful dash punch from Snowball is able to confirm a double barrier, not just the one. The air tornado pushes it forward, though, right into the waiting arms of Snake, who used X Maximus, but doesn't get anything done, except does manage to bait out IDC's core flip there. Rose Warp as well, going to be used, piercing shot. Not too many cooldowns left for the side of the E-Boy Entourage here. Can the Joe's retirement close out this point, or will it be the E-Boy Entourage able to finally take their first set of the game?
Yeah, we'll see. We got a flip coming up on the Estelle, but also the Era too. But, you know, only one of these characters has a good way to use their flip. As we can see, Era just got destroyed by Estelle with no system mechanics at all. The matchup for the midfield is just unwinnable, and Serapi is well-deserved MVP for this set. Is going to be blessed with a bunch of great pickups here. And honestly, I don't know what Serapi might opt to take here.
Era did indeed lose that point on that one. It's going to be the Twin Drive on the Estelle there. Not maybe just denying the Era on that one. I'm not totally sure.
Hey, Twin Drive Estelle with you already have dash range in the back. That's just a lot of coverage. You never know when she might just blink and go from one side of the field to the other. So happy to see it, but nothing particularly super notable coming out from everyone. Streak is picking up his second spark, and X getting Might is actually probably really notable. I probably should have thought of that in the first place, but hey, some scary awakenings coming out from at least both Estelle and X.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, the Might of the Colossus gets so much stronger, especially when you have that Era on your team to buff your size up even more. So he's going to get 2 size buffs, but he's also going to get 2 abilities in the face. A dash and a punch from Snowball is going to send him off of the pitch here. Takes a lot of damage on the return of that one with Path Splitter and the Barrier Beam, and is not going to get the double just yet, even with the flurry there. Serapi, though, is able to confirm it on that one. Snowball taking a lot of damage once again, very low HP. Can he get an orb? Not quite. Is going to be denied every single one up there. Might have run all the way back to the Atlas once again. Arenado comes out, does not get the connection that he's looking for on the core, but does actually get one barrier in the end anyways. The Cosmic Expanse doesn't quite get a connection either. Snowball very low on health here, but does have the Atlas ult finally there to get the HP up. Dribbles from Snake against that middle drum there, buys a little bit of time here, but Snowball dribbling, Serapi trying to get it through with Piercing Shot with Crystal Thorns. A bit of a weird interaction there from Streak, trying to go for an instant flip and then flipping it up with the strike afterwards, but not just kind of delivering it to Julie on that one, and Snake not able to get the core in the end.
Yeah, very, very, very scary point coming on both sides. But Snowball and Streak just kind of ping-ponging it between each other, going through all of their abilities. But you almost find it smacked out by Snowball, but unfortunately, Estelle's not quite enough to get through that. And a beautiful primary to actually cut off the flip from X, and IDC manages to get the ball in. That was a crazy point coming out. I don't even know what happened near the end there.
I mean, it was an incredible, like, the last 15 seconds of that was so incredible. The ability trading with Snowball and Streak, the last second dodge strike from Streak to save it once, but then the defense from IDC, the piercing shot from Serapi, just absolutely cinema to watch on that one. Burner comes out, doesn't find any connections on people, barely hits the core on that one. Streak up the top here, finally playing aggressive goalie once again. Snake trying to get it forward, but doesn't find the barrier. It seems IDC has really locked in, and Serapi on the defense. They've just been layering so much better and denying so much more. Snake able to get 1 barrier, but not 2. Core flip from Serapi forced out for that, though. Maximus, with the extra size from this Era, employed a lot of damage coming out, but actually, there we go. The Bell Ringer is able to get the secure there onto the Juliet. Serapi very low on health as well, and Snake just puts it into the bottom. Has a core flip as well for the next one. And E-Boy Entourage able to secure 1 set and 1 point. But they're not looking to get too much more if Joe's retirement has anything to say about it.
Yeah, it was a really well-played corner action. As much I've been flaming Era this entire game, her in the corner with X is still one of the scariest things to play about. A 1 beam on X, and he's just hitting everyone with these primaries, secondaries, and ultimates, and making the core just go red for fun. And we just saw it happen. All the damage is ramped up, and now we're in the corner again. And Fudgy is able to just kind of walk up with all the spaces X has made. He's looking so scary that almost puts it in, but barely misses the last strike that he needed to take away this point. And now it is actually Snowball starting the offensive, and actually gets the barrier over Streak. And Estelle might be able to he's looking for just kind of take this point. Maybe just a little bit of Estelle magic. Just there are a lot of hitboxes on the open net.
Yeah, the open goal really does favor the side of E-Boy Entourage here. The dash punch combo from Snowball is really nice with the dribble off the drum there in the middle. But unfortunately, Streak is just too good at defense on that one when he's not playing too far up and letting the core go past him. But the Butching Beam does shrink Juliet, and she doesn't find the angle to the bottom there. X-Max was also used, and a great angle there on the corner actually is able to put it through.
That was... shout out Snowball for that primary, by the way. That was such beautifully timed hit stun on Asher there. Just barely stunning Streak long enough for that to get past him. And now they even have the lead in the set, and they want to take this to set 5. They want to take this entire game against 3 formerly NASL players, and eBoy Entourage, they're in it to win it.
But double barrier Snake able to secure the open goal here. And again, it is the set advantage here for Joe's retirement. They do get a barrier though. Flurry comes out, almost gets a second streak on the defense though. Syrupy as well with the core flip right behind, looking to get it into this corner and get some purchase here. But Snake just stealing the core away with the extra size. Rosewarp comes out to the top, and Snowball actually picks up one, almost doesn't get the goal, unfortunately. It was a great idea with the wraparound on the core, but doesn't find the angle to put it in afterwards. Syrupy has the core now, the Aeronado, the Era Flip coming out as well, the Dash Punch. Really nice to just mess up that play and prevent Fudgy from getting really the setup that he wants on that one. Crystal Thorn's going to go wide. Core Flip as well, unfortunately not going to get the connection either. The Rosewarp, the Piercing Shot, both invested there. Fudgy with the Butching Beam able to get it past for another second. Snake sends it forward, but the Cosmic Expanse there from IDC is enough to keep it from going into the goal for a little bit longer. Core Flip from Snake down to the bottom, tying it up 2-2. 1 point away from this set being over, and 1 point away from Joe's retirement potentially advancing to liftoff.
Yeah, the point was looking pretty scary for the side of Joe's retirement home there, but just barely missed goals coming out from the side of eBoy Entourage means that the X-Era combo was able to get their position in the corner and managing to take away that point. But an earlier barrier and flip coming out from Streak might be exactly what eBoy Entourage is looking for. Estelle moving up the corner, but great TP into primary, and Snowball is just looking to kind of mix up both these defensive characters, kind of take the game away right here. Oh!
I was a little nervous about that bell ringer sending it backwards into there, and I think you were as well on that one. Not a great moment to be a goalie at that one when your X is sending it backwards. But Streak does get the connection. The bell ringer this time sending it forward with a strike as well behind. Gets out the core flip from this Atlas. That's a lot of defense gone from the side of eBoy there. And Snake is trying to put it through the Cosmic Expanse. Comes out really nicely. The dash punch, though, gets the X. Streak dribbling to buy a little bit of time, but it's against an Estelle. It's very dangerous. Piercing Shot does go wide, though. And Syrupy with the core flip, not going to get the core. Fudgy Waffles doing a really good job just keeping it away from getting this setup from the other side. But Snake back on the field, running across it instantly. A piercing shot countered by a great strike from Streak there. The dash punch, the Crystal Thorn's not going to find the connection. The bell ringer, though, will. This could be it. The goal is open. The pass is from Fudgy Waffles. They're trying to get things done. They're trying to get it through the Witching Beam, countered by a strike. Rosewarp down to the bottom, piercing shot as well. The core flip comes out as well, off the drums up to the top, but it doesn't get the connection. The bull rush, the strike, it's almost into the net. It's on eBoy's side of the field. Can they put it in, though? Fudgy Waffles pass down to Snake, and Snake puts it in. And Era does win.
Great rotations coming out from the side of Joe's retirement home there to take away that game, outpace them with how fast Era can make both these teammates go. But I would like to point out that eBoy Entourage was showing a great performance, especially near the end of that game there. Even though it started pretty rough in the beginning with the side of Joe's retirement home taking the 2 first sets, they were to show that these players, they've got that dog in them. Okay, they were able to make this. They forced 3 NASL players to kind of they played extremely well. They were forced to because of it.
Yeah, was a great play there from the eBoy Entourage on that one. Just absolutely incredible defense so many times. You know, we look at the redirect scores in this game and we see not a single person below 200. Even the brawlers got more than 200 redirects on that one. Everyone was just playing out of their minds on that one, just countering each other, interrupting everything. So, you know, we had some moments where each team did get to do what they want, and we saw them running away with points, but for the most part, it was just a brawl, just going back and forth across the field, just handing it to each other, not even handing it to each other, really stealing it from each other on that one. Just every single ability used in that match, for the most part, just so on point, just to interrupt, to make sure that the teams just cannot do what they want. But again, in the end, it's going to be Joe's retirement that takes the game and advances to liftoff. Any last words?
X did 65,000 damage, and I think that's really cool.
Yep.
But completely, he carried that era, by the way. Era only 30K, 29K even. A little bit of lopsided, one-sided relationship here. I don't know. Anything that the era apologists have to say, this game doesn't count.
Well, I'm going to say that about half of that damage comes from the power of the Bewitching Beam and the Might of Colossus combo, and that's definitely accurate, and so therefore Era is the MVP and the single carry of this game, even though Streak is the technical MVP and did put in a phenomenal defense. But that's going to be it. Era does win. That's what she does. She kills people. She scores goals, and Dropletto is wrong. Have a good night, everybody. That's it for this day of Launchpad. See y'all for the next and last week of it for the last prospective teams, their last chance to get into liftoff. See y'all.